auch so einen komischen Alarmton teilweise auf der Intercom. Oh, okay. Haben wir noch ein Weltpack? Toll. Der sagt mir jetzt Low Battery. Weltpack.
Good afternoon, Hockenheim. Here we are at the start of the Autocross at FSG 2021. The track has been walked, the marshals have been prepped, and the event is about to open. The course itself is approximately 800 meters long, combination of turns that we've gotten to know and love over the years at Formula Student Germany. As the first few cars go around, we'll explain the names and the stories behind those turns. I'm really looking forward to this one.
Yeah, and Austin, we are dealing with somewhat of a different track that we are used to, don't we?
Yeah, it's approximately the same. We did notice a few of the corners or sections are changed a little bit from previous years. We can also talk you through those small changes from previous years as well. As a reminder, each car is given 4 runs of the Autocross, 2 runs for each driver. Those runs can be taken right after one another, or changes can be made in between. There are 2 queues for cars wanting to partake in the Autocross, a queue for cars making their first run, and a queue for cars making their second, third, or fourth run, and priority will be given to cars making their first run.
Sorry to interrupt, Austin, but I think we will have the first car lining up now to the green flag position. It is car 161, Hawk Göttingen, an electric car. And they filled out the form, didn't they, Austin? What do we know about them?
They have indeed filled out the form. Their car's name is Hobble because the first drive was a bit rabbit-like. I guess rabbits hop. Well, the car takes the green flag.
It's quite fast in a straight line, isn't it? And in the corner as well, as we can see.
Making its way through the section of track known as wings. This will be a clean run so far.
So now it will hit the slalom. Let's see what side he enters and exits. And this is the line that we predicted as well.
Yeah, entering the left-hand side of the slalom first.
Now for all the live stream viewers, this is the section where it's a bit different than what we are used to. Now it's approaching the jump. I think in previous years we have seen that the long straight at the back end just before the finish line was a bit longer and didn't have the chicane after it. So it had a more of a 90-degree angle, which was a bit wider. And now it's considerably more narrow than what we were used to. So immediately they go for their second run.
making their way through the lost chain section of the track.
Now, Mickey, you have been, well, probably one of the last drivers to drive on this infield track, right?
Well, yes, a couple of years after me as well. I think they changed the layout of the track significantly by adding the Noordkurve. I think that was 2012 for the first time. So they did that for 8 years, and now we're back at the classic layout of the track.
And we saw the Hawk Göttingen car electing to do their second run right away after their first run. Let's talk a bit about strategies here. What kind of options are there?
Well, of course, you've got two drivers, so let's see what kind of time. It looked like a clean drive from the Göttingen car. So anyway, of course, you get two drivers who have a number of options. You can elect to take a lot of risk on your first lap and then throttle a little bit back on the second lap, or just put in a very cautious banker lap and then go full attack mode. You can also switch between your first and second driver, letting the first driver be very cautious and careful, and then having the second driver go at it maximum attack. So, number of options. You can also wait a bit. The track is getting faster and faster, but as we saw yesterday, the day before yesterday, it will get busier as well out on track. And if you don't get your both runs in within the allotted window, then you might not have full runs at all.
So looking at the times, I can confirm that the Top Gun, the first driver for the Blue Flash Racing team, his second run was the quickest, 59.06 seconds. And was about a second and a half faster than the first run.
We have a next car on track as well. That is the Bayreuth car. So Jonas, Bayreuth was one of the teams who filled out the commentary form. What do we know about them? And I think his mic is still off.
Meanwhile, the driver from Bayreuth really drifting through the section of the track between the wings and the slalom. You can hear the car bottoming out as it goes across the section of track. There's a bit of a dip.
It has a super aggressive yaw rate as well.
He takes out two cones. He was pretty sideways going through the horseshoe. Makes their way through the slingshot.
Let's see how aggressive.
Whoa, he misses. Completely outbrakes himself and misses the turn in for the last corner.
I think that driver was programmed on the track of last year. That's exactly the breaking point where it used to be. So Jonas, what do we know about Bayreuth? I think you're still not on. Is the battery down? That can be. Check, check. Now it's on. It's on.
Well, from the form we can tell that this is either Adrian or Sebastian, one of the two drivers. Unfortunately, we can't tell through the helmet which one that is. They want to shout out to all the team members of the WhatsApp group Electricassis, who helped them solve the EMI problem on the AMS. It was developed as a dual-purpose car, so the combi cars that we've already been seeing at the driver list this morning, and participated in FS East as a driverless, and here in FSG as a fully electric car. The second run is now looking much cleaner, even though the car bottoms out after the jump again.
And here it will hit the floor again.
No cones collected in the horseshoe this time around.
Austin, what do you think by the looks of it? It's super aggressive on the turning, right? Maybe a bit too much aggressive.
Yeah, it's certainly very aggressive. I mean, it looks like there are some quite severe moments of oversteer as the driver finishes the lap. The car does look very nimble, but I think they need to rein it in and control it a little bit more, and they can probably improve their time.
But it is purple, isn't it, Jonas?
No, at the moment, Göttingen is still the fastest time of the day. The last run was a 60.7, and Göttingen is still ahead with a 59.059.
We did hear the car bottoming it out at several locations around the track, but that's not necessarily a problem as long as the car maintains a specified static ride height. Basically, there's a round bar which will go underneath the car. As long as it doesn't catch on anything, the car is okay. As long as it's not bottoming out around the whole lap, pretty much, the car should be okay. So nothing to worry about, except for maybe the composite technicians who are going to have to relaminate some parts of the car after the competition.
So up next will be car 281. That's École Centrale de Lyon, I believe.
We saw this team out on the test track quite extensively yesterday. Looked like they were having some fun.
Yeah, and about the test track, we saw this morning, almost all morning, the drivers from Padova testing as well. They seem to be having a lot of fun in the area.
Indeed, quite a few combustion cars were making a bit of a noise behind us while the driverless track drive is going on. Now though we have Lyon firing their engine up. Hopefully they will be waved through onto the autocross track in a minute.
The car from Lyon takes the green flag, a power slide out of the first corner.
And after Lyon, now in front of the queue is Starkstrom Augsburg.
Lyon meanwhile with a quite steady and tidy run. Aside from that first slide in the first corner, no further trouble so far. Taking the left-hand side on the slalom.
Contrary to the previous car, this car has got quite a high ride height and is managing to not bottom out over any of the bumps that we saw the last car scraping along the ground.
And even though it's quite high up, Austin, it doesn't show a lot of body roll, does it? It's quite stiff.
It is. It's quite stiff and under control. This has been a good first run, I'd say.
It is a 68.5 on their first lap. Which of course makes them the fastest combustion car so far.
They're also electing to immediately go for a second run.
It does make sense to maintain the heat in your tires. Try to get a second run in as quick as possible usually is the thing drivers want. Sometimes, however, Jonas, autocars get in between, right?
Yeah, that can happen depending on what the queue looks like. At the moment it's still very empty here. Only one car waiting in line, but as the afternoon progresses we are expecting more and more cars here, and then there might be some delays for the cars for a rerun.
At the start of the second run, I think the driver is pushing just a little bit harder. They appear to be driving with their right foot, turning with their right foot. You can really see the driver sawing at the wheel as he goes through the wing section.
So Mickey, from your point of view, about the driving style of this driver, what does it look like?
It's not too bad actually. He's aggressive, but he's so far, let's not jinx it, but so far he's clean also. No cones, and he's yeah, more or less aggressive, but this is what you need for an autocross. So I like the driving style actually.
Let's see if they can keep it clean on the final straight here. This is a tricky chicane, hard braking.
Ooh.
Woo! That went right.
Oh, that was quite a skillfully driven last sector. The driver was sideways multiple times, came within a few centimeters of several cones, but managed to avoid them all, as far as I can tell.
I think if we can see more cars do that oversteer onto the last straight here, then this will be a very exciting afternoon.
So with 3 cars in, we can definitely see something, right, Mickey? If we look at the time. So the car driving just now from École Centrale de Lyon, they made up 5 seconds in their second lap.
Yeah, exactly. We could see the driver being a bit more aggressive, taking a bit more risk, but still kept it clean. I didn't see any clones, and so that's actually a good job, especially considering it was driving without any cones. Also, just a regular rear-wheel drive combustion car. So actually, well done by this team. So good for them.
And we see a similar thing with Bayreuth. Also, 8 seconds between the first and the second lap. But for the Blue Flash Racing team, it's only 2 seconds, so they're closer together. What could be a reason for that?
Well, a lot of things. Driver training, already knowing the limits of the car, maybe not being over-aggressive in the second lap. I'm not sure whether there were cones collected or not. We couldn't see that. At least I didn't see it. But yeah, there are a number of reasons.
Meanwhile, Augsburg has been given the green flag. The first aero-electric car on track now. So far, much less drama in the first corner, as we've seen from the no aero cars.
So Augsburg, they were here, I don't think they were here in 19 and 18. They were here for the last time in 17, if my information is correct. Then they were 16th on Autocross.
Bottoming out hard on track right now. And a lot of lock on the rear wheels into the last chicane.
Yeah, that was an interesting driving style. I think once again missed the braking point ever so slightly and had to slam on the brakes through the car sideways, but fortunately it was pointed in the right direction to continue on through the track.
And it was nevertheless a clean run for this driver as well so far.
Time was a 66.0. That's a little bit slower than the Hawk Göttingen car, but a little bit faster than the Bayreuth. So currently in a second position in the electric field.
And just a reminder, all the timings we have don't include any cones and are unofficial.
The Augsburg driver immediately opting for his second run.
After Augsburg, we will get car number 60. So 60 approaching the front of the queue. After that, no cars in queue yet.
The Augsburg driver looking clean again, hitting the bottom with the front wing, it looks like, just as before. Not really much of a difference in terms of the aggression level that I can tell, but where we can really see that big difference is here in the final chicane, and that looks much tidier than before.
Austin, did you see as well that the cornering, when he entered into the back straight over there, it was a bit cautious, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure if the driver scared themselves a little bit at the end of the first run, but I didn't think it was much more aggressive. If anything, it was more cautious than the first run, I'd say.
But they still made up for 5 seconds, so it's a 61.09.
Need to have my eyes recalibrated, I suppose.
Also, it's a little bit more cloudy than it was this morning, because when we had the driverless track drive, it was a lot hotter here on track, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's cooled down. I mean, I think the track should hold its temperature reasonably well. It's not like we're going to have a thunderstorm or anything. So hopefully conditions won't change too much for the teams throughout this afternoon.
So also car 29 is now approaching the front of the queue. They're positioned next to car number 60. So the high voltage light of car number 29 is on, as is the car number 60. And I think car number 60 will go first. There they are. What do we know about them, Austin?
Car's name is Nora 7. It's a shortcut for Norris Racing, and it's the 6th car of the team. Building the 6th car was unsuccessful for 2 years, so we kind of reset the factory in February of last year and started Project Nora 7. I believe this driver is Paul Shishka.
Or Robert. Can be Paul or Robert.
Yes, of course.
So far the run is looking very clean, taking no cones and also no drama in the corners, so it looks like the strategy that they are adopting is a safe first run.
They have a hashtag in cut hat's gepast. So in 3D it all fits. Would have fit. Should have fit. Probably in practice it didn't.
I also want to give a shout out to Michaela, David, Rolf and Rupi. After building the last car in 2018, they still helped us a lot 3 years later.
Coming up now to the final straight.
So Stroom and Zöhne completing their first lap. Clean, I must add. Very good.
Time of 62.189 seconds.
Driver is not completely happy. Has to reset it here as well. We can hear the ready to drive sound again. And off they go. Probably they will turn around first, get their second lap in, before they will release car number 29.
A lot of wheel spin off the line there for car number 60. Definitely more action on the throttle this time. It sounds like the rear wheels are spinning up extremely quickly once the throttle is applied.
Yeah, we saw it on the first lap that they didn't fully stall, but they almost stalled on the main straight as well. So something with the throttle action, it's a bit binary maybe, a bit on or off. Meanwhile, Bayreuth, not Bayreuth, but car number 29 from Bayreuth, it is Bayreuth, are in for their third lap already. So they elected
big slide there, collecting a lot of cones. Even carrying one on the car with it. But for now the car can continue.
Oh, there it goes.
Another big spin, this time this is an off track even.
Completely missing out on the chicane, going off course.
Car clearly not handling the way you would expect or want.
Here we go with Hal Göttingen, completing their lap.
And the second lap for car 60 is quite a bit slower than the first lap, so their fastest time remains 62.19 seconds.
Which of course was not Hal Göttingen but Stroom and Zöhne from Nürnberg. My apologies. Also completing the lap is car number 29 from Bayreuth.
Even dropping one of the cones that was carrying along just before the finish line.
So they had a lap time of 67.05. That's about 6 seconds slower than the car's fastest lap time, but about a second faster than the first driver's first lap. So let's see if their second driver can improve by the same amount the first driver did. And if so, they may be able to set the fastest time of the day.
So Mickey, you were taking out your binoculars for the Bayreuth car. The first strange thing is that they are already electing to do all their runs this early, right?
Yes, I'm not sure what the idea behind it is. Maybe they just want to have it over with, and maybe they expect some problems with the car. I don't know, so they have time to fix it. We don't know, we're speculating a little bit, but this is indeed their fourth final run for today. So far, first lap was very scrappy, a couple of cones, a couple of mistakes. And this one looks far better already, so maybe there's a decent time in here after all.
We did notice on the first lap of the second driver, but also for the first driver, that their yaw control is super aggressive. But this lap it seems to be a little bit better, doesn't it?
Yeah, you could see the driver being a little bit less aggressive, but as we are saying it, he almost lost it there. So it looks like the car is very difficult to drive. Again, this is appearances, so we're speculating a little bit. But he managed to complete a clean lap, as far as I can see.
Yeah, it was a clean lap. It wasn't quite as quick as the second lap for the first driver. This driver did improve by about 5.5 seconds that lap, but their fastest lap is still 60.74 seconds.
So Jonas, taking a look at the queue, which cars are lining up? We can actually see a queue forming now.
Yeah, next up is car number 51. We also have car number 50 right after that. And the third number I can't quite see from here, but there's 3 cars in the first run queue, so it is definitely crowding up here.
So 51 is Sevilla, after that it's Lisbon, and after that it's Augsburg, I think. You cannot miss the Augsburg car. You can see from a distance with the bright yellow coloring that it's them, I guess. So Jonas, we can see a couple of marshals around the car before the cars start to drive. Why is that?
Yeah, so what the marshals are making sure just before the run is that the car is capable of being on course. Like we've seen before, there are sometimes instances where multiple cars are on track at the same time, separated by quite some distance, but nevertheless together. So you want to make sure before you start the run that the driver is belted in properly, that all the belts are tight, but also that the basics like the suspension are good to go. We've seen yesterday at the acceleration run, for example, one car showing up with an empty tire, and that's not conducive to running on track. And at the exit of the Autocross, we can also see more marshals standing around, or scrutineers standing around, doing the post-scrutineering of the cars, similar to the Parc Fermé of Formula 1, where other rules compliancy checks are being conducted.
Steph, sorry, I know you mentioned the cars in the queue. I think the third car is St. Augustine. I think you said Augsburg by mistake.
It's also with an A, isn't it?
Yeah, easy to mix up, but it certainly is a distinct color scheme. You can't miss the car from St. Augustine.
And we actually have an overtake in the lanes happening here. Lisbon overtaking Sevilla. I think something with the driver gear, or certainly within the cockpit, is not quite to the liking of the officials on the Sevilla car. So it looks like Lisbon has been given the overtake here.
Also some combustion cars in the engine bay, warming up their engines. That's Pisa, École Centrale de Lyon, who did their first lap just now, and Ruhr-Uni Bochum, car number 248, lining up as well, preparing their cars.
Lisbon now being given the okay to turn on HV. They're rolling towards the start line.
So the two drivers for Lisbon are named Pedro Silva, aka Papa Cones, and Andre Correa, aka Andre Motorbelt. Wonder which one of these two it's going to be. I suppose we can tell by how many cones they hit based on the nicknames.
He touched the cone there at the exit of the chicane, but it remained in the box, so then it's okay.
I think under braking from that first little straight, I also saw some smoke from from one of the tires. Definitely a very aggressive driver.
So let's see, first section pass now into the wings area. Electing to enter the chicane also via the left side, which was the fastest way we identified, at least, because the exit there is very important. You want to come up right in order to have the good line into the end, into the next corner. Bottoming out quite heavily, but that's okay. Slingshot main straight now, the all-important braking point at the end. Does that very well, actually. This looks very good.
I think that's the cleanest line that we've seen through that chicane to date.
A lap time of 61.12 seconds.
And Lisboa actually not opting for the immediate second run from the first driver, so we'll see those guys later. Meanwhile, Sevilla still in discussion with the officials in the first run queue. It looks like St. Augustine is going to be also given the overtaking clearance.
Also in the queue now is car number 250. I think that's the car from Lübeck. Up next, St. Augustine, car number 145.
So according to the team, this car's name is G21E Luna. It was decided by members voting the first driver is Dennis Jenny Gunther.
Sorry to interrupt, Austin. They went super tight past the cones in the first corner here, and immediately full throttle into the straight, hitting a couple of cones there. A little bit too aggressive. But Austin, you were saying?
Saying, yeah, the first driver's name is Dennis Jenny Gunther. Presumably Dennis is the one driving because he's listed as the first driver.
Meanwhile, Sevilla has been given the go-ahead to go onto track, and they've already hit their first cone immediately onto the first straight.
That is a nasty cone. Those first couple of twists are very nasty.
Meanwhile, the rest of the lap of Augustine looks like it went off without a hitch onto the last straight now, the all-important braking point for today. Very clean line.
Did very well on the braking there. A bit of tire squeal, but a good line through there.
And also an immediate rerun, being waved through immediately.
That's a time of 61.37 for St. Augustine.
Sevilla now in the horseshoe turn, coming up to the jump. It's quite a low car, so let's see if they hit the ground. No, keeping it clean into the slingshot there.
Meanwhile, St. Augustine take the green flag once again.
Opted not to hit the same cones on the first straight as they did before. And Sevilla finishes their first run as well.
71.35 seconds.
In the queue now, coming up to the green flag position is car number 250, Technische Hochschule Lübeck. After that, in front of the second driver queue will be École Centrale de Lyon for their third run.
Lübeck now on track for the first time as well.
A bit in the rev limiter there. I suppose we haven't seen this car drive this weekend yet. They were quite late through scrutineering, I guess.
I think I remember them being on the acceleration track for sure.
Oh, heavy steering here from the St. Augustine car. They did hit a cone. Yeah, it was out of the box, so it was a bit too much there.
Meanwhile, Lübeck has taken a very steady approach to their first run. I think they're taking the strategy of a safe first and an aggressive second run.
So Lübeck now in the slingshot, coming up to the final straight. Revving almost in the rev limiter and taking it quite cautious. I think that's a wise decision from them. Good job.
That's a time of 72.86 from them, and apologies through all the cars going. We missed that St. Augustine just set the fastest time of the day, 57.68. They just finished their run a minute ago.
Now, Mickey, we have seen a couple of cars drive. Fastest lap time just set now by St. Augustine. Was it 57.6 just now from St. Augustine? Let's speculate a bit. Which times can we expect today?
Difficult to say, but I would venture somewhere in the 52, 53 second mark, around there.
So that goes then for the very fastest electric and combustion cars, around the 52 seconds. Dare I say maybe into the very low 50s, 50s? You didn't think so?
No, I would say 52, high 52, 52 half maybe, but that's pure speculation obviously, and just looking at the performances of the top teams on the acceleration and so on. And actually this wasn't a bad lap, but it can go a lot faster, and 4 seconds on this track is also quite challenging. So, but who knows? Maybe we will be surprised.
To give some context, St. Augustine actually finished 5th in Autocross in Formula Student Germany 2019 and won Autocross at Formula Student Netherlands in 2019. So I think it should be a reasonably competitive time. Meanwhile, Lübeck finishes their second run, time of 67.16 seconds. That's an improvement of about 5 seconds from their first run.
Meanwhile, in the queue we have car number 20, which is, I believe, Leibniz getting ready for their first run of the day.
No, it's not Leibniz, it's Hanover apparently. So car number 20, Hanover. And we know something about them, don't we, Austin?
We do, yeah. The car's name is EH20, aka Electric Horse 20. Their autocross drivers are Lars Balters, Lars 8cm Balters, and Fabian the Dr. Meyer. I'm not going to speculate about how Lars got his nickname.
Positioned now exactly so we cannot see the number, but we believe it was car 20, so yes, it's definitely car 20 now at the front of the queue. So you
this could quite possibly be Lars 8cm Balters.
Lars who?
8cm Balters.
Right. So also approaching now the second driver queue is the Lisbon car again.
So the team from Hanover have given us some feedback on our commentary from yesterday when we were speculating why, if they had some problems, well, they waited around their car. They actually need to power cycle the car after the IMD test, and the Wi-Fi needed 2 minutes to build up a connection for their laptop. So the next time we've got 2 minutes to talk to the team while that happens.
So we were right in the software part then?
Yeah, I think software was right, but they've invited us to come say hello the next time it happens.
Well, let's hope it doesn't. It does take a while for them to get started though.
Maybe they're just giving us the opportunity to give a shout out to eMotorsport Cologne, the team of UAS Cologne, their best Formula student friends who kidnapped their mascot OG McBun for 6 months and got him some new clothes. Corona hit them hard and they want to show them how much they love them.
Meanwhile, Lisbon being given the overtake in the queue lane. Car number 50 being readied now. Right after them, Sevilla is making a return into the queue of the second, third and fourth run as well. So it is getting busier here in the Dynamic area.
We can definitely see all the teams of the Iberian Peninsula hooking up with each other, I guess. They're almost all the time at the same time on track or in the queue or finding each other. Also for the Barcelona team, they're there as well. So they try to find each other.
So for some context in terms of the lap times we can expect, in 2010 when this configuration was run, TU Delft had a lap time of 52.19 and University of Stuttgart had a time of 53.86. Bearing in mind technology has moved on quite a bit on the electric car front, and also the development of aero has progressed massively. So those times probably aren't completely representative, but should give an idea of what's possible.
Meanwhile, Lisbon has been lined up on the green flag and given a go.
After Lisbon, it will be Leibniz, Uni Hannover. Then we have Sevilla. We have, I believe this to be Aachen, yeah, RWTH Aachen, Ruhr Uni Bochum. And after that, it is car number 53 from Kiel.
The Lisbon run, meanwhile, quite a lot more aggressive on track than I think we've seen them before. Not collecting any cones so far, though. And interestingly enough, also not bottoming out nearly as much as some of the other aero cars that we've seen here on track today so far as well. Leibniz also, sorry, car number 20 anyway, also on track now. Meanwhile, Lisbon coming through the final straight, hitting that braking point with some tire smoke and finishing their run very aggressively. Hard braking after the finish line.
Time of 60.57 for Lisbon. That's an improvement of about half a second for them over the first run. They've still got 2 runs though to improve.
Standing here at the entrance of the dynamic area, we could just see TU Berlin roll up. I think they're going to the gas station, and we can also see Julius Kempton, car number 212 in the engine preparation bay. Also here Hawk Hamburg and the HBW Mannheim, both electric cars.
Hannover, meanwhile, almost completing their first run, coming up to the final straight now. Hitting the brake point just about right into the final chicane and completing it.
Just outside of the dynamic area, we can also see 2 cars awaiting to come in. There is the KIT car, I think it's the Karlsruhe team, and as well as the team from Delft is here as well.
And the car from Hanover, a time of 57.75, just 0.06 of a second behind the time from St. Augustine. And Steffi already is Leibniz University in Hanover.
And they
so
also
both.
immediately opted for their second run.
Seville with a massive improvement as well, 64.56.
Next up in the running, we have car number 99 being prepared. Last little bit cleaning off the tires. Some explanations from the officials to the driver.
I am observing the briefing closely, so instructing where to go, where to take care.
What a lap from the driver from Hanover, 54.51 seconds. Puts him in the lead by over 3 seconds. That was a great lap from them.
So Mickey, do you want to make any corrections to your predictions of a 52-second time as the top time here today already?
I didn't hear the question. It was a good drive.
Doesn't look like he wants to correct that. So at this point yet. So just congratulating the driver on the good drive there.
Several viewers in the live stream are predicting sub 50-second lap times. So we'll see who's closer.
I'm inclined to agree with our live stream viewers there, Austin. I think we will go below the 50-second mark.
RWTH Aachen now being waved towards the green flag for their first run of the day.
Car number 99 named Nuri. Drivers are Tijo and Fedora. Their goal is to beat Karlsruhe everywhere.
Quite a power slide. Also being lined up here at the green flag is Rory Bochum. First run of the day as well. The Aachen car seems to be quite twitchy. The driver sawing at the wheel, sliding about on track. Let's hope that also translates into a fast time for them as they come onto the final straight into this chicane.
What a time from Aachen, 52.92 seconds already, Mickey.
That's a very promising time for them, fastest time so far, immediately opting for the rerun as well. I think those 52 seconds are going to fall very soon.
Yeah, bearing in mind that it was just the first lap for the driver.
In the pits area, we are looking at the post-screening here from the Leibniz Uni Hannover. Hockey pucks going below the car to check the ground clearance. They're also checking the wings, the distance between the wings and the front wheels. And up next here will be UAS Kiel, car number 53, which I think is one of the best looking cars out there.
Rory Bochum, meanwhile, finishing their run. Unfortunately hitting one cone off, which also knocked another cone almost into the timing stream.
Car from Bochum with a time of 59.92 seconds.
Aachen almost completing their second run. Let's see if they can beat their previously fastest time of the day.
And can they beat their fastest time of the day? 50.62 seconds already. What a run. I can't repeat what Mickey just said behind me.
I think I heard it on my monitor, so I think the live stream viewers might have got that. Which is of course okay. So the Aachen team, they seem quite happy. Observing them a bit more closely now.
The next car prepared here in the first run queue is car number 53. While Bochum is scraping and sliding across the track in their second run.
Yeah, team from Bochum want to give a shout out to Cat Racing. No reason given other than shout out, please.
Again, collecting that same cone they already hit in their first run, but finishing nevertheless.
Time was about 2.5 seconds faster than the first run.
The next car on track now is US Kiel. Drama-free run so far. No cones collected. Also doesn't look super aggressive, but there's always a second run.
The drivers for Autocross are Julia Zindel and Moritz Ebitz. It's a pretty cool name. Their goal is just to finish all the dynamic events.
It appears that they have or are still dragging at least one cone with them, so it's not an entirely clean run with them.
Team from Kiel wants to give a shout out to their team at home in Kiel. They've worked really hard over the past 2 years and can't be here this year. Special shout out to Christoph der Weltenbummler Columbus.
Unfortunately, they did collect a few more cones in the final chicane here.
Time of 65.447 seconds. And the marshal working very carefully to remove the cone from the timing beam without tripping it.
So I'm standing here at the Aachen car with the driver who just set the fastest time of the day. What is your name?
My name is Till.
And Till, are you an experienced driver for the Aachen car or not?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Did you drive a lot for the Aachen team?
Yeah, I drove last FSG with our last car, but only acceleration. So yeah, 2019.
You have just set the fastest time of the day. What do you think of that?
That's bad, I guess. Yeah, it's was a hard drive. It was not very grippy out there and quite bumpy. But yeah, I hope the time stays at the top.
So very well done. Congratulations, guys. Back to you, Austin.
Thanks, Steph. Keel going around again. Car number 53 is called E-Rex because we think this year's car is the strongest car they've built. And they're glad to be back here to prove themselves.
This time they're definitely not carrying any cones with them as they come into the final chicane, also not hitting the same cones as before. Does that translate into a faster time as well? Lübeck, meanwhile, car number 250 on track for their, I believe, third run. Immediately collecting a cone on the first sharp turn. I think we'll see that cone fall multiple times more today.
That time from Kiel, 59.5, is this improvement of about 5-6 seconds actually from their first run.
Lübeck, meanwhile, coming up to the slingshot onto the last straight. I did see them collect a few cones on their way, but as they come into the final chicane now, there's absolutely no drama. Run completed.
And that lap time was actually their fastest by about half a second.
Let's see if they can improve on that though. They are opting immediately for a rerun. In the meantime, we have in the first run queue car number 21 from Kit Karlsruhe lined up. And it also looks like Delft and one other car that I can't see the number of at the moment.
Whoa, and the car spins out in the lost chain section. The full-on 180. This car from Lübeck, I believe. Can't see it from here to confirm, but that was the only car on track, so it's got to be.
So they, it seems that they have stalled the car. Let's see if they can get it to restart. They're now being pushed out of the way. Oh no, it's driving by itself, right? So that's good for them.
Yeah, depending on where they enter the track, that might count as an off course. And depending on how many cones they have collected in the process there, they will be receiving the penalty time for that. But nevertheless, it's a good thing that they managed to keep get the car driving again. That means that they can complete their last run for today.
So there are various types of penalties in the autocross. It's 2-second penalty if you hit a cone, and there's also a penalty if you go off track. And if you go off track, you are supposed to re-enter the track as close to where you went off as possible, while safely being able to do that.
Meanwhile, car number 21 from Kit Karlsruhe rolling up to the green flag. I think there will be green flag once Lübeck finishes their run here.
So Kit now rolling onto the track, whizzing away. Let's see what they can do, whether they can manage a sub 50-second run. After that is the car from Pisa, and after that is Delft.
Drivers.
Oh, nearly lost it there.
Drivers for cars are Timo and Fredward. Car's name is Moped, and their goal is the top 3.
With that slide, that might not be possible in the first run.
What do you think, Jonas, by observing it? Mickey and me are watching here, but it looks quite nervous, doesn't it?
It does look very nervous, especially at the lower speed corners. Maybe turn the yaw rate down just a little bit for the second run there. Might also have to do with the low grip levels. Lots of oversteer onto the
Completely
straight
misses the
and
corner
collecting
there.
3-4 cones in the last corner. So there's definitely improvements to be made for the second run of this driver.
And this could be a typical case of
lap
first.
time was 55.99 seconds.
I think this is a typical case of start by overdriving your car a bit, go over the limit so you know where the limits are, and then let's see what the second run brings.
Pisa is also exploring the limits of their car by setting a very conservative run, I think. Doesn't look like a very aggressive driver in there for now, so safe run.
I think it's quite a heavy car to drive, if I look at it from here.
The car from Pizza is named Carabivo. Driver names are De Lima and Il Tirone. Goal is top 10 overall. The rear wing says Tranquil, which means keep calm. And it comes from an Italian trash video that's quite funny.
Pisa now quite cautiously going through the final chicane and getting the finish flag while I am observing the kit car. It is clean, but just, I mean, he's really pushing that car to the very limit. Let's see how they do here in the...
It does look like it's very pointy, collecting 2 cones there on the outside of that turn.
Yeah. I think it's a bit too much. The yaw rate and the aggressiveness of the driver. Tune it down a little bit for the next driver and they should be more than fine.
Collecting almost the same 2 cones as on the last run. This last chicane is going to be the deciding factor in the race at the top today, I think.
And the driver improves the lap time by about 2 seconds, but really I think there was probably another cone or 2 that they hit this lap, so net probably quite similar lap time once the cones are considered.
Pisa, meanwhile, going for their second run for this driver.
Pisa want to give a shout out to Marco Casa, the Italian artist that inspired their monocoque. And I guess they have 4 cats that live in the workshop.
So Pisa, what can we do in the final corners here? Through the horseshoe now. It's a bit sad, right, Mickey, that they removed the jump a bit?
Well, they didn't actually remove it, but they changed the course a little bit, so it's less of a jump, unfortunately. So it will not have as nice pictures as in the old days, for sure.
So Pisa with a second run of 60.48 seconds. That's an improvement of about 9 seconds. So I think the driver did quite a bit of learning on the first run and applied that to the second.
The next car that is preparing here with the briefing from the officials is car number 85 from Team Delft.
After that, car number 23 is lining up. Also approaching the second driver queue is car 281 again, so École Centrale de Lyon coming in for their final runs.
Nächstes Auto.
Green flag now for Delft.
So a bit of a conservative start, but the car looks like it's on rails, doesn't it?
That's a very steady drive through those first few corners. A little bit of a hesitation in the part of the track that we can't see from up here.
So let's see how they negotiate the chicane. Slalom, I must say. Now going in through the section where the wings really work, bottoming out a little bit. Coming up through the horseshoe now. That is a very solid run. No jump, but into the slingshot, and now the difficult part comes from them. Can they keep it clean on the final approach? Oh, just,
Big
and they
slide
got
there.
the finish flag. Austin.
Time of 57.03.
So barring any cones, that's a decent first. But immediately going for their second run.
That puts them in provisional 4th place overall so far.
Driver now decidedly more aggressive. Meanwhile, car number 281 from Lyon being lined up at the green flag as well. Given the space, they will probably be allowed on track at the same time.
Delft car did slightly hit a cone, but I think it still was in the box, just at the beginning.
Coming onto the final straight now. Hitting an all-important braking point, almost collecting a cone in the chicane, but a very clean pass.
It's a big improvement for them, a time of 52.2 for Delft. That puts them solidly into 2nd place.
So, second driver for École Centrale de Lyon. They were here before, weren't they, Austin? Yeah, this is their 3rd lap, so second driver, 1st lap.
Amberg-Weiden now also on track, car number 23. I think this is also the first time that we're seeing them. Immediately collecting a cone in the first chicane. Lyon, meanwhile, navigating the final chicane.
Quite aggressive, weren't they?
Quite aggressive, but no cones as far as I could see. Oh, no, never mind. One time to the final chicane.
Time of 58.81 for them. It's a pretty big improvement over the first driver.
Car does sound amazing, I must say. And clearly this driver is really more aggressive than the previous one.
Amberg-Weiden, meanwhile, having quite an eventful braking scenario there. I was about to say that so far their run looked very steady.
Let's see if they can make that braking point. They can.
Time of 59.53 for running snail racing.
Those flex fiber wings. As that brown color definitely very striking.
Q is getting a bit empty, I think. Only 2 cars now lining up. Car number 212 and 101. I think that's Kempton and I guess Mannheim.
Lyon completing their final run of the day.
And that's the best time of the day for car 281, 58.69, just a 1/10 of a second quicker than the previous run.
2 cars on track are now Kempton, who freshly joined, and the second run for Amberg-Weiden, number 23.
Running snail racing navigating. They've actually been to every Formula Student Germany event, including the pre-event in 2005. I give a shout to TU Graz because they gave us their heart. Please say hello to Ro, our faculty advisor since 2004. So hello, Ro. Time of 58.015 for running snail racing team. It's an improvement of a 1.5 seconds.
Kempton, meanwhile, with a very conservative run. Not much drama, no cones hit as far as I could see. Making it now through the slingshot onto the final straight. Slowing down quite a bit for the final chicane, but as a result also not hitting any cones. Unfortunately though, sliding a bit too far behind the timing line here. Looks like they're going to have to be pushed back to make it into the exit of the dynamic area here.
So I'm in the paddock here. First up next will be car 101, that's DHBW Mannheim. After that we have car number 211, TU Wroclaw. And after that, car number 878, who we saw this morning, didn't we, Jonas?
Yeah, the 800 series always indicates that we have a combi car at hand here. So I guess that's a car that's now being driven by a driver.
Of course, being TU Hamburg.
Next up on track though we have Kempton for their second run of the first driver. Let's see if they can improve on their previous time with a bit more aggression behind the wheel. The cars lining up next, 101, 211, Hamburg, and 313, which I believe is Berlin.
Yes, you're spot on there, Jonas. This is Berlin. Who put in a very good skid pad yesterday as well, so they are in it to win it, I guess.
And as Kempton go around, I think they had an off track as they went through the wing section. They just went a little bit wide, and I think they went completely outside one or two of the cones. Certainly hit one or two of the cones as well.
Lining up after Berlin, I can see Cat Racing. I can see car number 59, I think that's Dresden. And I can see TU Fast from Munich as well, now entering the dynamic area.
And a time of 68.83 seconds from Infinity Racing. It's a little bit slower than their first run, but I think they had off courses in both runs, so I guess the cones will determine which of those two runs is the fastest.
Meanwhile, DHPW Mannheim being waved the green flag.
Very silent car.
There are some Ninja electric cars here this year. Looks like a conservative run for them in their first attempt.
You have here at the entrance of the dynamic area some sort of choke point. I can see dozens of cars now waiting for each other. We should have some traffic marshals here, I guess. So it's getting quite busy in short notice.
So car 101 from Mannheim. Car's name is EVA, Electric Vehicle Autonomous. I think that's done comically, because there's clearly a driver.
Meanwhile, entering the track with a great amount of noise and fanfare is Rocklaw.
The drivers for Mannheim in the Autocross are Moritz, Hassan Hasser, and Mark, Mad Mark, the Markinator Conti Crusher 3000. And one of those two drivers finishes the first run in 65.6 seconds.
Rocklaw, meanwhile, pushing a few, at least one cone with them on their front. At least that one. Quite an aggressive run as far as I can tell.
The driver from Rocklaw really having some issues, drifting around the corner, selecting gears, really pushing, taking out a cone. Crosses the line time of 56.79 seconds.
At least they can make the noise along with it. He's also being immediately waved through for his second run.
Driver from PWR Racing laying two strips of black rubber as he comes out of the Cone Killer chicane. It's quite impressive. He's not holding anything back.
Oh, we're just corrected about the Mannheim car, the EVA. You remember, Austin? One
Yes.
of the people here in the live stream said that we shouldn't make jokes about it because it did win to FS East as a driverless. So probably
cool.
it's one of the combination cars that we have. It can do both. And here they elected to run not in a driverless competition.
Speaking of combination cars, Hamburg is so far having a clean run, which also looks surprisingly fast.
Curious to see where Rocklaw can go because they have similar times that the Delft team and the Aachen team have on the first run. So coming down now through the final chicane. and it's a 56.1, so quite a similar time on their second run as their first run.
I think importantly their second run was quite a bit cleaner than the first run as well.
Theo Berlin also made it onto the track as Hamburg spins out from the track on the final chicane here, collecting 2 cones and probably an off-course as well.
Yeah, definitely an off-course, way wide in the final turn.
Berlin car number 313. Meanwhile, I can confirm that the driver is still wearing pants.
Thank you, Jonas.
Yeah, it is good to see that our new commentary edition has picked up on the bad jokes already after 2 days. That's good.
Yeah, it's very, very good to have Jonas on board.
Meanwhile, no drama from Berlin in the final chicane. Clean run from them. Hamburg on track for the second run too. No cones and looking quite fast. I think this should be a good time for them in the second run.
The driver from Hamburg drifting around the horseshoe. Coming to the final turn, let's see if they can take it a bit more smoothly, and they managed to do so across the line.
It's a 55.0, so 1.5 second improvement for them.
Meanwhile, onto their way in the horseshoe as well, completing the second run for this driver. Besides some bottoming out clean runs so far, hitting 1 cone in the final chicane.
Those cones are being hit a lot.
I've got to say, I think the driver did really well to save the car. It was almost perpendicular to the driving line that they should normally be on, and managed to correct it with only hitting 1 cone. That was quite good work from the driver, saved from their initial error.
Was by a length as well the fastest time in the combustion class with a 53.3. Next up there in the combustion class is Rokla with a 56.1, so significant margin there.
Meanwhile, the car on track is Sevilla, car number 51. I think we've seen them for quite a few times today already, so this must be their second driver.
You're correct, Jonas, this is their third run.
Looking a little bit slow here into the final corner, but perhaps the driver is just figuring things out in the car and can turn it up for the second one. Also hitting a cone in the final chicane just before the timing beacon. And it doesn't look like they will be immediately going for their second run. Looking towards the queue we have in the second run queue, car number 248 lined up next. And in the first run queue, car number 187 just took to the side, and car number 97 is now being waved forward and prepared. So we have a question on the live stream.
What the endurance layout will be the same as the years before, depending a bit on how long you follow Formula Student. So it isn't the same before as it isn't the same as the last 7 or 8 years, where we had the Noordkurve Formula 1 track section added to that. We will only be on the infield area. That section, however, is quite similar to what we saw the last 7 or 8 years, and almost exactly the same as what we saw before between 2000, out of the top of my head, 6 and 12. So for those of you following Formula Student for a longer time, they will recognize this. For our newer followers who only tuned in the last 10 years, it's a bit strange to say.
Yeah, only the past 10 years, slackers.
Yes. These youngsters.
Meanwhile, Rooney Bochum, car
Kids
number
these
248, is being lined up at the green flag, which will probably shortly be followed by car number 97. Behind car number 97 we also see Munich lining up, Prague,
We also get a question whether we can have the last corner a little bit more into the video feed as well. So I hope our director will pick up on that. And for sure for tomorrow we will instruct the camera guys to pay attention to that corner, because there is where races are made and broken, I would say.
Meanwhile, Rooney Bochum on track with their second driver.
Questions are floating in now about the bumpiness of the track, Austin. It's quite similar to what it was, isn't it? I mean, nothing changed.
Yeah, the track, it's obviously the infield is the same as it has been for forever, really, since
Always
Formula
has
Student
been.
Germany started. It's not quite a flat piece of asphalt. If you come down here in person, there's almost like two valleys running parallel to the Formula 1 track in the asphalt. And when the cars go through those valleys, they tend to bottom out. But they're no different than the track has been over the past few years. Certainly no notable new cracks or anything. I think it's always been like this.
Bochum finishing in 61.7.
Immediately opting for their last run of the day as well.
And sneaking up on us on track as well is now the, I think that's the Schweinfurt car, isn't it, Jonas?
Schweinfurt car number 97, always in a striking white livery over the years. So far very no drama, keeping it clean and safe. And coming up on the section of the track where dreams are broken.
Schweinfurt being a second-year electric team, or second season I must say, because last year not much happened, as we know. Their first electric car was in 2019, and we know them from a long time when they used to be combustion cars still.
The car from Bochum making its way around the final few corners now. As far as I can tell, this is a clean run. And crosses the line fairly uneventfully. Schweinfurt as well, locking up into the final sequence of corners before crossing the line, doesn't hit any cones.
Nächster steht schon am Start.
Schweinfurt crossing the line in a 56.12.
You can hear the car from Prague take the green flag behind us.
Prague is collecting an off-course and multiple cones there. The next car being lined up at the green flag is car number 31, with you in Munich.
For the city of Prague, the driver name is called Peparsh Cone Eater, and name Joseph. Other driver is called Jacob Kubarsh Cone Hitter. So both of the drivers have the nickname Cone Eater and Cone Hitter.
Definitely making their names true there.
One of the louder electric cars I've heard, but meanwhile Team Munich is on track. About halfway around the course already. They had some issues in the first few days of the competition. Their monocoque delaminated in the right-hand rear side of the car. They've made some repairs, and so far they're holding together pretty well. They're really pushing the boundaries of the lightness of the car, and maybe just exceeded that a little bit. Even with the added repairs, the car weighs in at just 151 kilograms.
Prague, meanwhile, coming in for their second run as Munich finishes navigating the final chicane very smoothly.
First lap already a 51.2, which already places them in a second place overall, faster than Delft. Their first lap was about 2 seconds faster than the first lap from Aachen. So we might be looking at the first car to break the 50-second mark here on their next run.
Prague has successfully avoided the off-course and cone hitting area from the first run, keeping it clean. Munich on their second run hitting definitely 2 cones that I saw bouncing around in the lost change again. And Prague navigating the final chicane beautifully to finish their run. Munich making it now through onto the final straight, into the chicane and across the line. And it looks like a 50.509, however with the cones included that will probably not be the fastest time for today.
Standing here at the exit area, driver definitely not happy, shaking his head. Up next we will have OTH Regensburg, car number 62 approaching green flag position. After that it will be car number 35, UES Ostfalia. After that it will be TU Dresden, Elflow race. After that we have Barcelona, car number 54. And last up in the queue now is EPF Lausanne, car number 127 from Switzerland.
And Regensburg take the green flag. First few corners especially, it looked like the driver was struggling for grip. I know the tires aren't up to temperature yet. It was really sliding all over the place.
According to the rear wing of the Ostfalia car, they attempted the brake test about 25 times. And they passed, finally, so they're here.
If at first you don't succeed, try and try and try, etc. again.
We weren't going to go for the 25 times try.
Not quite that desperate yet for commentary.
As we have no reason to be, because it's quite an action-packed afternoon. So, crossing the line now, it's Regensburg.
Their brakes are making quite a bit of noise. Not necessarily a problem, it's just the loudest part of the car.
Relatively little noises coming from Wolfenbüttel UES Ostfalia currently on track. Clean run so far as I can tell, also not looking too aggressive yet, but this is their first run, they can still improve. And indeed from the 62 car we are hearing a train horn-like hum as the brakes are being applied.
Maybe we can just refer to it as Chewbacca sounds.
Big slide from car number 35 here in the final chicane, meanwhile. That will definitely cost him some penalty time.
I'd hope that the driver wasn't distracted by the Chewbacca sound. There is a cone stuck inside the front right suspension of the car. And the driver from Regensburg outbrakes themselves into the final sequence of corners. Brakes still making noises, not sure if they're operating completely normally or what, but finish the lap.
That cone straight from that braking point is definitely going to suffer for the rest of the day.
I think the rest of the media team knows where they need to put a GoPro tomorrow.
Meanwhile, lined up at the green flag is car number 59 from Theo Dresden, awaiting their run. As Australia is on their second lap.
Green flag position now. We have Dresden as well, trying to beat München and Aachen's best times. Completing their lap now.
Australia not hitting any of the cones they hit in the first run.
They completed their lap in a 57.14, while we observed Dresden. Austin.
Dresden looking a little ragged. They did hit a cone going through the horseshoe. Still looks pretty quick. Maybe you can tell me what the time is?
It's a 53.9, so a little bit slower, I think, than München on their first lap and Aachen on their first lap. But let's see what their second lap can do.
They are opting for an immediate rerun. Definitely keeping it very straight on the acceleration and braking.
So far, so good for Dresden. And as I say that, the car almost comes to a stop, but I don't think it hits anything.
Meanwhile, the car being given the green flag is Barcelona, car number 54, joining us for the first time of the day on track here.
Dresden's made it past where they hit the cone on the first lap. Cleanly, anyways.
But since they've already hit at least one other one.
We're now past the 50-second mark, 52,
Ooh.
53.
Big slide in the final
And
chicane.
the driver takes out two cones going through the final turns.
And it's a little bit worse time than the first run. It's 54.42, while Barcelona is on track, already past the halfway point.
Also a car that looks quite darty, I must say. A little bit of oversteer. And almost losing it here in the horseshoe, just in front of us.
A little bit of oversteer, a little bit of understeer.
A little bit of everything.
Just a bit of everything, yeah.
I was just going to ask what darty means, but the driver showed it, I guess.
Nevertheless, a clean line through the chicane here and going for their second run immediately.
Driver names for the Barcelona car are Marc Rusava and Juan or Joan or, I don't know, Jomoba. That's his name, nickname at least. It's the 13th the 13th car by the team, and since 2011 they only design electric cars.
But meanwhile, lining up at the green flag is the UAS Darmstadt car number 242. And looking at the queue, we also have car numbers 270, the Hamburg Combi car, and car number 239 waiting for their runs.
Darmstadt making a very exuberant start, hitting a cone through the aptly named Cone Killer chicane.
And making an awful lot of noise.
I was not paying attention. I thought what's happening there. But it was just a race car.
Barcelona coming through to the finish line, take out a cone,
54.5
through the last sequence of corners. I'm not entirely sure where the cone came from. Oh yeah, it was the inside corner where everybody's been hitting the outside cone of.
Meanwhile, the car in number 242 almost completing their lap with a great amount of noise.
Got Cat racing from Coburg on track now, car number 270.
Oh, he clipped the cone here, the car from Darmstadt.
Yeah, Darmstadt taking out one of the normally hit cones again in the last sequence of corners.
Maybe we should paint these cones another color, just to mark them extra.
Drape one of the high-vis
Every time
jackets.
they hit the cone, they should just stack another one on top to make it look more and more spectacular.
Meanwhile, Coburg car number 270. As Darmstadt sets off again. Keeping it clean on their runs so far as I can tell. In contrast to the Darmstadt car, the Coburg car sounds a lot more pleasant to my ears as they complete a very tidy line through the chicane.
Coburg now in the 56.91 on their first lap. The very loud car from Darmstadt is called Eva, so that's the same name as the car from that we saw before. The car that did driverless in East.
I presume that this one isn't autonomous though, Steph.
I presume that as well. Driver name's Jan, nicknames Baguette, Mini Baguette, or Tolkien 2.0. And the other driver is called Max, and they ask us to play a certain song there. Let's see if we can find that.
Super Max, 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 Super, Super Max, Max, Max. That one, Steph?
That might be it. They come round in their second lap with a 52.95, so that's a very fast time for them. And they are seeking to reclaim their title of the loudest car ever, so that might be a reason why they are that loud. It's actually a team goal.
I do remember that. Were they the one that, like, the exhaust fell off and they kept going for a few laps a few years ago?
They are saying 2017 flashback, so
Yeah,
I think that was that one. Yeah, it must have been.
Meanwhile, with the locked wheel finishing is US Heilbronn, car number 239. Super drive here on the final straight. As Coburg is also now getting closer to complete their second run.
And well, let's wait for the Coburg car. Coming around now in a 54.18. About the loudest car ever. I think that's Heilbronn also making a good attempt at that.
Definitely setting off on their second run. And also on track is the Combi car from Hamburg, 878. I think this is their second run of the day.
Slightly quieter than the others that it's running around with.
Absolutely slowing down quite a lot for the final chicane, but completing the run successfully. Car number 878. Heilbronn giving Darmstadt a run for their money in terms of the loudest car on the track so far.
It's good to see the car still running. We saw them have some reliability issues at the first day of testing. They appear to have gotten them fixed. They ran yesterday with no issues, and once again today, across the line.
It's a 57.14.
Hamburg, meanwhile, setting off on their last run of the day, I believe.
Is it the Teal Hamburg or the Hawk Racing?
878, the Combi car.
Combi car is something completely different in German, isn't it, Jonas?
Well, we're commentating in English, fortunately, so it doesn't matter.
It means an estate, right?
Yeah, it's an estate car. Very different than what we're seeing here on track. They do appear to have some issue. The car slowing down considerably at the moment.
There is a driver soon to drive named Daniel Macia, and he's a professional Spanish Formula 4 driver, third one on the standings. Maybe Sergio Rodri can comment for which team he's driving. That would help us as well. But It's quite amazing. Let's take a closer look as soon as they enter the track there.
Hamburg, meanwhile, here in the final chicane. Again, slowing down considerably. I'm not sure if they have an issue on the car. Nevertheless, they finished. Looking at a decidedly more empty queue. At the moment, we only have car number 269, the Hawks Hamburg, waiting for their first run of the day, as there is being quite some shuffling with Lausanne straight behind them, car number 127. No action on track at the moment. As the Stuttgart Green Team car is also joining us here in the first run queue for the day.
So Mickey, we just had a reaction on the YouTube stream that there was a professional driver driving. You've been a driver for a couple of years, way back. In our team, we used to have tests with some professional drivers as well, right?
Well, yeah, former professional drivers. Drivers that have competed in Formula 3, I think, and actually quite talented. And they tested with us, and they gave us some hints and tricks and tips and what not to do normally, because we're amateur drivers and not, by no means professionals. So actually, I'm looking forward to this one. And I guess it all depends on how well this driver knows the car. But that's I think the most deciding factor.
But still, I mean, you had a small history in go-karting, right? Before you joined the team. But it was not always the case that these professional drivers in testing days were faster. I can remember at one time we had the brother of a team member in the car, and he was actually quite a bit slow, although he was a professional racing driver. What is the reason for that?
Yeah, it's different. Also, we used to have drivers that were not so fast in go-karts and extremely fast in these Formula Student cars. It all depends on what kind of wheels you have under you and what's your reference. People that never did go-karting but went into GT or Formula 3 might not do so well in Formula Student cars, and the other way around. So it's very difficult to say. Obviously, the talent is there. And also, if you look at the track layout, you don't have a lot of choice in what kind of lines you take here, because it's so narrow. So ideal lines is very difficult here to find. So it's all about late braking, early on the throttle, and that's about it actually. It's very small amount of margin you have.
Yeah, and also we heard those professional drivers complain a bit about the Formula Student track layout. They said, on a normal track can just go full throttle for a couple of seconds and then brake hard and then go into a transient or a steady state in the corner. But here, the maximum throttle on that main straight is like 1.5 seconds tops.
Yeah, maybe 2 seconds, but not much more. And yeah, they all complain that it's a Mickey Mouse circuit actually. So they're used to much higher speeds, much wider turns, much more options to navigate the track. So driving in this kind of track is new for them as well.
I do have to interrupt you guys. Car is joining us for their third run, I believe. Regensburg, car number 62.
Once again, we can hear the brakes make that noise, the Chewbacca noise, every time the car slows down.
I think now there's also a little bit of screeching that is joined the Chewbacca noise.
As the car makes its way around the end of the lap, I will hold my mic open and see if you can get a glimpse of the sound we're trying to describe. I'm not sure if it's being picked up on the live feed at all, but let's see if this will work.
definitely the brakes, Austin.
Despite the squeaking, they successfully completed their run.
I think I would call it more of a honking than a squeaking if we want to get technical about our noises.
57.96.
Meanwhile, there's a lively discussion going on the YouTube stream about the eligibility of certain drivers and schools and former or current. We will refrain from commenting on that, of course, and take a close look at the Regensburg car. It's quite a distinct car, isn't it, Austin? It's a car that we like because we can easily spot which team it is.
Yeah, of course. It's just an all-black livery with some white graphics and stickers. It's super slick. It's almost like a stealth bomber. Takes out a cone, going through lost chain. But other than that, the run has been all right so far.
Well, there is car number 6-2 on track right now. Car number 2-6 is joining us soon. Only Stuttgart lining up at the green flag. Very aggressive start here.
This should be interesting.
Slight squabble on the first straight. Looking very fast so far.
This is really fast. But first, let's take a close look at the Regensburg car. Very late braking now. Austin is open. Austin was opening his microphone again.
Meanwhile, the Stuttgart car keeping it clean and tidy.
They are already here.
Through the horseshoe.
Mickey is predicting a 49er for Stuttgart. Let's see how well calibrated we have him this year.
Plenty of tire squeal as we go around into the final chicane. Not the most ideal line there.
Mickey is well calibrated with a 48.02 already on their first run.
Wow.
That's an extremely aggressive time. Hard to beat for the other teams.
Das ist gut.
They're also opting to go for their second run immediately, being waved through ahead of all the other cars.
I think if they didn't wave them through, they'd have to pass them over the course of the lap anyways, based on that pace.
We get a question on the live stream whether the green team Stuttgart is still using their AMK motors. According to the design spec sheet information, they are not, and they have self-developed green team GT4 motors, both at the front and the rear, with 39 kilowatts of power in the front and on the rear. 600 volts, 604.8 volts of accu voltage, and 7.67 kilowatt hours of accumulated capacity.
Meanwhile, St. Augustine joining us on track for the third time today.
This is how we know the Stuttgart team, right?
Yeah, definitely. On the first lap already being 2 seconds faster than everybody else. That's unbelievable. This will be even faster. Not 2 seconds, but maybe a second.
It's actually a little bit slower with a 48.1. So we thought you were well calibrated. But yeah, still some learning curve to be made there.
Got to take the calibration sticker off there, as St. Augustine is also coming towards the horseshoe here.
St. Augustine were one of the fastest times of the day before Green Team. So let's see what they can do to fight back as we send Mickey back to scrutineering to get his sticker removed.
Sticker removed he has.
Bit of a squabble here in the final chicane for St. Augustine.
It's a 57.33, a very good time from St. Augustine and an improvement on their earlier 2 runs. They have 1 run left to go, and I think, Jonas...
They are immediately going for it.
Good.
Meanwhile, joining us here in the first run queue is car number 63 from Trondheim. The car behind, unfortunately, I can't quite see who it is. And up in the second, third and fourth run queue is 239.
So let me take a closer look at both of the queues lining up.
The last run of St. Augustine, meanwhile, clean and tidy. Fortunately, already exceedingly fast Stuttgart time from earlier. Better line through the chicane though. With 55.47 they managed to improve their personal best for sure.
Car 239 on track.
Car from Heilbronn.
Another competitor for the loudest car of the day.
So in the queue now, first driver queue is Trondheim. After that it is Joja Stralsund. After that car number 127, that is Lausanne. Second driver queue is first up Coburg. And after that it's I think Pisa. We can also see car number 269, Hawk Racing, entering the queue now.
Heilbronn, meanwhile, going through the final chicane with a lot of noise, connecting 3 cones with each other. I think 2 were hit and then the third one was balled out.
So, Jonas, I am here with the driver from the Stuttgart car. It is quite safe to say you obliterated the competition there. How do you feel about that?
Pretty well. I guess it could have been even better, but we'll wait and see for the second driver. But yeah, a bit of a workout to be honest, but glad we're first now. Hope it stay that way.
And have you driven the Stuttgart car before in competition?
Yeah, in FS Austrian East. I was also driving there. This is the 3rd time. And yeah, I think it never went so good as now.
So you didn't drive in earlier years. This is your first year driving?
Yeah, with Green Team, yeah.
With Green Team. You drove for other teams as well?
I'm alumnus from FSG21. We're also here.
That is great, that is great. You did an awesome job and we are looking forward to the 3rd and the 4th runs of your team. Congratulations, guys.
In the meantime, Coburg has joined Heilbronn on track. As Heilbronn completes, but is unable to improve their best time. The last run was a 58.29. Coburg now also coming towards the horseshoe here.
So Austin, we hear that sometimes more, right? That there are drivers that drive in their careers for a couple of teams. That is of course allowed as long as you're at the school that you participate with.
Yes, of course. There are sort of several people we know. I think we're both friends with that we've met over the years who fall into that criteria.
You mean De Schmidt?
Yeah, Mr. Eric Schmidt. I think he must know everybody.
Guys, I've got to interrupt you there. The one-time car is completing their first run of the day, car number 63.
Which they are doing in a 51.09, so they are definitely close to Stuttgart.
But the car did look quite nervous as they were traversing the course, so I think if they manage to calm that down just a little bit, they will be able to creep much below that still. Also finishing a run right now is the Joja Stralsund, car number 321. I believe that was the first run of the day.
You are absolutely right there, Jonas. It was a 62.8.
And with Coburg hitting cone high up in the air and more cones in the final chicane, I believe that was their last run of the day for today.
Indeed, it was Austin. They did improve it, however, so they made a final time of a 53.98. But of course, they took out that cone.
It is always that cone, isn't it? And let's see if Pisa can manage to avoid that in what looks to be a conservative run for them as well.
car name is named Kirub Evo. It's an evolution of their last car, which was called Kirub Blast. Well, they crossed the finish line now for their third run in the 57.78. It is, of course, the E-Team Squadra Corse from Pisa.
Might be an optical illusion, but I think the rear wing from Pisa is actually a little bit crooked.
Driver names for Pisa are De Lima and Il Terone. They're going for a top 10 overall.
Stralsund in the meantime knocking over a few cones at the entry to the horseshoe. Coming onto the final straight now. Locking up.
Big lock up. Oh.
But navigating the chicane without hitting any more cones and finishing their run.
Improving their time with a 56.93. The team from Pisa wants to give a shout out to Marco Cossa, and it's an Italian artist that inspired their monocoque. And they have 4 cats in the workshop. 4 cats in the workshop.
I wonder if they are any good with spanners.
Maybe they are trained to be milling and lathing and welding.
That would be handy, wouldn't it? Meanwhile, also the second driver for TU Berlin managed to put on some pants, as you can clearly see. Navigating the course now.
And we can make that joke one time more, because this is only their third run, while Pisa completes their fourth run with a 54.97. So TU Berlin, they were very fast in the skid pad yesterday. Coming through now in 54.42.
Lausanne also made it onto the track, car number 127. Keeping it very clean so far. Although it does, one more cone into the horseshoe here. And another one falling off the car from earlier, I believe, so it's not quite as cone-free as I was promising here.
For Lausanne, this is their first rolling car. The car name is Mercury, and it reflects the name of the first lunar program. And it's like that because this is their first rolling car, so the first actual car to participate in any of the dynamic events. All names of their cars, well, cars is a bit of an exaggeration, so the first car also was related to space and called Orion.
Nevertheless, I have to congratulate them. It's a very clean-looking electric car.
And what color does the helmet have on the Lausanne team driver?
It's a white helmet.
Then it is Felipe Alvarez Arojo, Fefe, and he is Colombian.
Currently the Berlin car is into the final chicane, sliding around a little bit but not hitting any cones in the process.
They do improve their time with a 52.92, so on their last lap they improved it. And whilst the Lausanne car is taking a parade lap all by itself, we should say départ or something like that with a sharp and Swiss accent. I don't know, do you have a Swiss accent?
I can imitate some accents, but the Swiss one is always sounds to me like they're riding down a hill on a pig.
Départ.
I can't imitate that.
Lausanne is in the French part, isn't it, of Switzerland?
Please don't put me on the spot here.
I will not put you on the spot there. The car took almost 2 years to develop because of the COVID situation. So it's very good from them to have a first rolling car after all these miserable times with all the COVID situation. So good job from Lausanne.
Clean run, no cones in the final chicane. Taking a look into the dynamic area queue here, I only see 2 cars. In the second driver, or not first run queue, is car number 212. Trondheim is sort of waiting outside of the queue a little bit. I think they only went for 1 run, so we will see much more of them later on still. And also making it into to the front of the first car lineup here is car number 269, the Hawks Hamburg.
So Hawks is up next. Have been here in Germany for 13 times. Their best overall result at FSG was a 6th position. World ranking position around the 300 at the start of this season. Tomorrow when we have the endurance we will talk a bit more about the world ranking and what individual results in competitions do on the overall ranking. The driver names for Hawks are Lucas, aka Labert Gern Dunnes. I'm not getting that.
I believe that's a reference to him talking a lot of nonsense.
Ah, thank you for that. Second endurance driver, Camila. Don Camilo is the nickname. And their goal is to not spill oil on the track. So guys, please don't.
Well, it looks like the car nevertheless had some problems on the acceleration. Didn't look too lively coming from the first straight. But a clean first run is a good first run. So far no codes being hit. But I do think the car speed leaves something to be desired for them. I think they can go a lot faster than this.
Hawks Racing are apparently Finnish sauna legends, or at least they want to give a shout out to their dear friends from Tampere, with which they share in a huge storm. They shared a sauna, and they were. This is a good story. When the storm hit, they ended up holding down the tents completely naked. So the Hosenpflicht war abgehoben. Anyways, aufgehoben.
Steph, don't...
That's a good story, isn't it?
It is a good story. I was trying to tell you not to be alarmed. The Kempton car is on track again, but the launch this time from this driver is not being accompanied by the usual cracks and popples that we saw from the first driver. Oh, that was Darmstadt, the really loud one.
But
excuses.
It is quite a similar livery, isn't it?
A lot of the dark cars look really similar at a
Yeah,
distance.
it's quite difficult sometimes with the more black cars to differentiate for us.
Actually, the two cars on track now, Hawks are going for their second run, and Kempton are arguably quite similar, blue, silver, and a lot of black involved. Guys, please make this easier for us and design some unique liveries next year.
The best livery so far was the all-German car. Can you remember the car completely in black, yellow and red from a couple of years back?
I remember that livery, but I can't remember which team it was from.
Well, back then it was easy to remember. That's all I know. And we have had a golden car as well.
Yes, that
for several years.
Hawks, meanwhile, again on a bit of a stroll, not the fastest combustion car we've seen around here before.
On track now, again, US Kempton, car number 212 for their fourth and final run of the day. Second run of the day now for Hamburg, Hawk Racing with a 60.53. And a final shout out from the Hawk team to all the team members that caught the car ready and went with them to the last two events. There's a whole bunch of people mentioned there, which I sadly don't have time for to line up. But please know, people watching from Hamburg, presumably, that the guys here on track are thinking about you. I want to thank you for all the hard work, even though you cannot be here this year. But I presume that goes for all of the teams, doesn't it, Jonas?
Yeah, there's obviously a team member limit imposed here for 8 members from each team. A lot of the teams are much bigger than that. So I think a general shout out to all the members watching from home now, current or previous, is definitely in order here.
US Kempton unfortunately losing it a little bit here in the last chicane. It was their final run of the day. And they improved their time. They drove now a 59.57, but they took out a couple of cones. So I don't think it will be an improvement for them. While we also see the finish now of the Georg Simon Ohm Schule in Nuremberg.
I'm almost being blinded by the highly polished aluminium chassis that they have on the car number 60 here.
So the car from Schromm & Söhne Nürnberg, car named 7. Driver names Paul and Robert. We already saw one of them. This is the first run, or the fourth run, sorry, for them. So final run of the day. This driver already on the first run improved their best time of the day so far with a 59.9. So let's say he can shave off a couple of more tenths, maybe second of their fastest time so far.
Looking over to the car queue here, joining us now is a car number 285, Padova. They were what felt like driving on the test track the whole morning behind us on the driverless track drive. So let's see what all that testing time has given them. Also waiting in queue is car number 63 from Trondheim. They will be on their second run for the day, I believe.
So Mickey, Padova, we saw them on the test track a lot, as Jonas told before. Let's pay a close look on their driver.
Yeah, it looked really good on the test track, and they were out on the test track I think this morning as well. Very good car. For a combustion car, obviously it won't be able to compete with the electric cars here. Already clipping a couple of cones, but and a lot of noise as we're used to from these combustion cars and Italian cars as well. Yeah, but so far good driving. Maybe first lap is just to get to know the track and have look at the limits of the car and the track. And the second lap will be the one that will count.
Meanwhile, the Trondheim car is having an extremely aggressive time through the first part of the track here. I think that's a different driver or very different settings. Let's see if this is going to translate into a competitive electric time. They did just have a little bit of a slide that might upset the overall result a little bit.
Padova now in a 60.18, first time of the day.
Seems like the car not really wanting to rotate into the horseshoe and similar corners, and a big slide on the final straight there for them. Coming into the chicane, keeping it clean, but not quite as much under control as the first run was.
It is a small improvement for them. This was only their second run, so apparently after their first run they were not happy with the settings. They went back in. Now they came out for their second run, slightly improved it, but only 1/10 of a second. Padova on track. We have been here in Germany. How many times? 10 times already. And their best overall result here in Germany was a 4th place.
Looking at the queue, car number 43 is currently being prepared and briefed on the proceedings as University Lisbon car number 50 is lining up for one of the later runs. We've definitely seen them before today. Quite a slidey experience to this ball driver out there. I'm already seeing a few cones flying through the air.
Whoa, in the car from Padova with a massive slide into the final corner.
We're also in the rev limiter quite a long time, weren't they, Austin, before they went into the chicane?
Yeah, and I mean, it looks like the car is very stiffly sprung. It was just like hopping up and down, like all the way through that last lap.
Did it shift? I didn't really hear it, but I didn't hear it shift here on the final straight.
I don't know if it did or not. I was so focused on the visuals of the car, I wasn't even listening.
Well, we'll take a close look on that once the second driver comes out.
Padova, meanwhile, finishing their lap as well. 56.47, their personal best so far.
And also Lisbon just finished with a 56.93. So this was their third run. The car went out of the HV mode, so the tractive system active light is not active, it's green. trying to reset the car. The team member is approaching the car as well. So yes, it's back on. We can hear the beep, and I think they will be going again. Let's see. Yes, they turn into the green flag position now. Back on track, car number 43. That, of course, being the car from Constance. And Jonas, my memory is not as good as yours. I don't believe we have seen them yet this weekend, did we?
No, Constance doesn't ring a bell for any of the events, which could indicate that they've had struggles in scrutineering before.
Might just be us.
Might
Let
just
me double
be us.
check.
Nevertheless, the car is taking a cautious pace around the track here. If it is indeed their first event, it's definitely good to see them here. So far, no risk at all being taken by the driver, no cones being hit.
I think we might be right there. They didn't participate in acceleration yesterday. And for skid pad, I also don't have any times for them. So in fact, this is the first time we see them running this weekend. So well done in passing scrutineering, guys.
Lisbon, meanwhile, already hitting that cone here in the first chicane, straight after
The driver with a big drift as he goes into lost chain corner.
I think this Lisbon car is also the car that I've seen the most tire smoke from over the weekend so far.
Constance with a successful finish to the first lap of their autocross.
Constance immediately electing for the second run. And
Whoa. Something's gone horribly wrong for Lisbon. The driver has pulled well off the course, pulled up against the wall. He's coasting to a stop. He's getting out of the car very quickly.
Wow, that's an egress.
Can't see any obvious signs of damage or smoke or fluids or anything leaking from the car, but the driver is clearly very not happy very quickly.
What I'm going to do a little bit of a playback here on the live stream to see whether I can find something, because we didn't see it. Also, the live stream was following Constance.
I'm not sure if we should be expecting some yellow flags or something for the car coming through the course now.
that's Augsburg navigating the course at the moment. It looks like the Lisbon car is far enough away from the main track that this run won't be affected with any yellow flags.
Yeah, it is on the live stream. And the driver elected to do this. So I can now see in the playback. I'm going to pause it. Maybe Austin, come take a look here at the replay. So we're now watching the replay. Here we can see the Lisbon car drive still. Live stream viewers can also play back a bit.
It definitely looks like the
So
driver just snaps out.
Yeah, that's, I mean, exactly what I saw. He was right on the racing line. He was sideways the corner before, and then all of a sudden decided he didn't want to be in the car anymore.
Maybe we can find out from the team directly.
Well, they've the marshals have pushed the driver back to the pit lane.
Those marshals definitely earned some chocolade.
Chocolade?
Chocolade? It was on the live stream as well, so that's why. But yeah, it's unfortunate for Lisbon. And I'm watching the replay again and again, but I cannot see to... It's super strange that the driver is on the track and suddenly they turn sharp to the left, close to the pit wall. It is a controlled stop, it's not an emergency stop, but the driver is doing an egress. So, and he's looking at the front left of the car afterwards. Okay, I'm lost here.
Austin is on his way to investigate.
Yes, that's probably
Meanwhile,
the best. That's probably the best course
Augsburg
switch.
car is on track again, also joined by car number 43. It looks like the 43 car is definitely focused on safe runs.
Yeah, let's focus back on the track action again.
Constance focusing on participating in a safe way, not knocking over any cones as far as I could tell.
With a 68.54.
Definitely a good second run for this driver.
Now we have Zurich on track, one of the top contenders in the electric class.
Definitely a very ferocious first couple of turns for Zurich here.
Also we have Augsburg now in the last slingshot before the final straight. This is their last lap of the day. Let's see if they can improve their time.
If Zurich manages to keep this run clean, I think they will definitely be in the running for one of the faster times of the day here today.
Augsburg completing in a 58.58. So that was it for today. They did clip that cone again in the final chicane.
And
so let's observe Zurich.
Zurich is joined in the meantime by Rentim, already knocking out a few cones here in the first chicane turn.
So some big guns on track now. The final straight now for Zurich. Let's go to our timing boards. Negotiating the final chicane. It's clean.
It's clean, but he definitely lost some time.
It is a 51.77.
Definitely a fast time. Another car that can set a fast time here is the car from Uni Stuttgart, the combustion car number 229.
First lap of Zurich is about 3.5 seconds off the first lap of the green team. So they're quite a bit off still.
So a few quick updates. First of all, from Lisbon, spoke to the team, and apparently the car was showing the battery being dead, even though the battery isn't dead. So the driver pulled over off the racing line. Meanwhile, Stuttgart finishes, and you can hear the car from Eslington go around the track like a street sweeper or a jet or something really loud. It's got this massive fan sucking the car to the ground. And you can't even hear the combustion engine with the noise the aero is making for Eslington.
Is that a jet plane?
I will once again hold the mic open so the viewers on the live stream can get an appreciation for this car.
I'm still calling it a vacuum cleaner for sure. AMZ meanwhile on track for the second time as well, again joined by Rentim.
So Rentim Stuttgart first lap was a 54.17. Eslingen with a 50.54. Wow.
Very fast combustion time.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully the viewers could hear the fan being turned off as they came into the pit area. I'm sure they'll turn it back on when they go back onto the track.
AMZ meanwhile in the final chicane had an off course, not hitting any cones in the process, but definitely miscalculated the braking there.
To put the time of Esslingen in perspective, that is half a second faster than the first lap of the TU Munich electric four-wheel drive car. So that is amazing.
Rentim coming onto the final straight now. Let's see if they can judge the final chicane.
They had a...
hitting a cone beyond the track, one of the blue ones that's not part.
Those count as well.
Meanwhile, second thing from Esslingen navigating their second run.
Jonas, with this speed, we cannot call it a vacuum cleaner. It's really a jet plane.
It's got to be a jet plane.
It's very fast.
So, 47, 48, 49, 50, 49.09.
Wow.
The first combustion car in the sub 50 seconds here. Let's hope they didn't hit any cones and they actually keep this time as the fastest time of the day for combustion.
Jonas, how do you say jet plane in German?
Jonas?
There are so many different ways.
Which you are all thinking of right now.
Maybe the easiest way.
Schneller Staubsauger.
Quite sure that's not true.
UAS Karlsruhe, car number 399, meanwhile completing what I think is their first run of the day.
It was their first run of the day and it was super fast. We missed out on that, sorry for that. It was a 51.33, so that's a very fast first time for a combustion car. Actually for any car, because it's already the 7th fastest time of the day, faster than ETH Zurich.
Slightly ahead of them is car number 395 from Tio Valencia.
Oh, this must be that F4 driver they were talking about in the chat.
Well, unfortunately, he's already taken out a cone. I guess on real race tracks, the apexes don't have cones on them, so the drivers aim for the apexes. But when they do that in Formula Student, they gain 2-second penalties.
Car number 399 from Karlsruhe back on track. It's the UAS Karlsruhe. Mickey, the driving style of the Valencia driver.
Very smooth. Apart from the first cone that he clipped, otherwise I couldn't see any mistakes. So very smooth driving from this car.
Has a nice helmet as well, doesn't he, Austin?
Yeah, it's quite snazzy. It's green and black and white.
Snazzy.
There comes Karlsruhe. Looking very good themselves. As I said before, my favorite artwork in the pit lane, they've got a cat drawn on the right-hand side pod with the exhaust being the cat's tail. Across the line.
In a 50.43. Wow, that's the third overall time so far.
Great job, guys. Meanwhile, Valencia setting off on their second run. And also looking towards the queue, I believe that's the electric car from DHBW Stuttgart joining us now. Behind them in the first driver queue is car number 25. There's an official in the way. And car number 20 is also being wheeled into the second run.
So the car from Valencia UPV, car named the Neckbreaker. Driver names are the Star. Well, who would that be? And the Underdog. Their goal is to win it. Austin, what could we observe?
Sorry, I was talking to Mickey. Were you talking about the Valencia car?
Yes.
They were just super smooth. So I'm not sure how that translated to time, but it looked quick.
Well, they beat the Karlsruhe time. So they have a 50.1, so it was really fast. A 3.2 second improvement between the first and the second run.
Wow, that's quite good. And also, it was clean the second run, where the first run we know the driver had at least one cone.
The electric Stuttgart car number 77, meanwhile, looking quite squabbly again on track. Some of the corners definitely having to be corrected from the driver.
This is the first run for this driver.
Also, the final chicane didn't look quite as tidy as you would expect. But I think the driver can do better in the second run.
It is a 55.82 for the HBW Stuttgart.
There is a cone caught under the front right tire of the Stuttgart car.
Probably they see it, don't they?
I think there's multiple cones stuck. Officials talking to the driver nevertheless.
I was just going to say, driving past that car with its side wings looks a bit like an X-Wing from Star Wars.
Next car on track, getting the green flag now, is car 25, NTU Athens.
This will also be the first run for them. I don't remember seeing any white cars here.
You are absolutely right. It is a prom racing from Athens.
Arguably one of the top Greek teams.
And I think, I have no historical electric results for this team, so that might be that this is their first electric car.
Which is a great performance, of course. Getting an electric car in the first year through scrutineering in the first place is a great feat. Nevertheless, driving what looks like actually quite a dynamic autocross here.
Well, I was about to interrupt you there because it actually is looking quite nimble and fast as well. So if, for presumably what is a first-year car, they're doing excellent. So here we go. Negotiating the final chicane with a 53.78. Look at that.
There was a bit of nervousness here in the final chicane from car number 25, but I think with a little bit more experience in this car, the driver can make up for that in the second run.
To put that in perspective, that is similar to the first lap
Meanwhile,
of, for instance, Dresden.
Stuttgart is definitely hitting a cone off of the track. I thought that might have been an off course, but I think I was just seeing that.
Athens now back on track for their second run. Let's see what the HBW Stuttgart can do. They're already into the 55, 56. It is a 57.67.
And definitely a cone on the last corner as well again.
Oh, it's that cone again.
That cone.
That Marshall really deserves some chocolada afterwards. He has to work hardest of all the Marshalls, doesn't he, Austin?
Yeah, he's just pretty much every other car he's running up to the cone, replacing it.
NTU Athens, meanwhile, now negotiating the... this is the horseshoe, right? I forgot all the names.
Yeah, this is the horseshoe.
Now into the slingshot.
Also joining Athens on track is car number 321 again. I believe that's Stralsund. And with a much better line through the final chicane, NTU Athens completing their second run. Did that translate into a faster time?
Athens completing in a 51.7. That puts them in between Zurich and Delft. This is an amazing result for them.
I hope they didn't collect any cones. That's an extremely fast time. Congratulations, guys.
Oh, and one of the viewers from Greece is in fact saying that this is the first year in the electric category. So thank you for that. And good job in all the development, guys. Amazing job. Third run from Stralsund, a 56.21. Which is definitely not their first car, because they are the oldest team here around. The oldest German team, I must say. And at least once per event we should highlight this unique fact, don't we, Austin?
Yeah, no, now is as good a time as ever, I think, Steph, now that they're on track for Autocross. Like we mentioned yesterday, I'm wondering how Wilfred the Dolphin is doing, so if any of the Stralsund supporters are watching on the stream, it would be nice to hear from Wilfred.
I want to give a shout out to Nicolaas Otto for developing the Otto cycle and giving them...
Whoa, and a 360 spin from Stralsund. It goes through the wing section before the slalom, and he continues without really much delay at all. Just one cone taken out.
It's a good thing that they left some tire marks right where it happened, so we can enjoy that spot for the rest of the day.
Stralsund drivers named Pinky and Lasse. This is their 20th car, the TY20. TY is the abbreviation of Tyr, the Nordic god of war, and the fun or an interesting engineering feat which they did. This is their first self-developed sequential 4-speed gearbox. So, well, especially in the COVID period, lots of online stuff, and it works. So a self-developed 4-speed gearbox, that is something we rarely see.
Yeah, I mean, gearboxes are notoriously tricky to get right, so it's obviously done an all right job if they're through scrutineering and able to put in a good time for Autocross.
Just joining the track now is car number 20 from Leibniz, Hannover, with quite some tire smoke going into the lost chain chicane. I believe this is their third run of the day. We've definitely seen that car before today.
Question on the live stream whether there are any big electric teams with big powered ground effect. Two of them are mentioned already, Delft and Madrid and Esslingen 3, but also Green Team Stuttgart, or the REM Team Stuttgart has them. Green Team was having them, but took them out after East, I guess. And I presume Zurich has some ground effect as well, don't they, Jonas?
To be honest, I haven't seen too much electric cars actually running the powered ground effects here at FSG at the very least. I believe the only car that you can audibly discern is the combustion car from Esslingen.
Hanover completing their third lap in a 55.74.
Hawks, meanwhile, car number 269 set off here on their third run of the day. Again, a relatively pedestrian pace here, but participating is definitely the biggest part here at FSG.
Yeah, particularly the first 100 meters or so. It was not like the driver was for a Sunday drive. They shifted up into second gear and sort of picked up the pace a little bit, but still not going particularly quick, and now really slowing down through the slalom. Can't tell if that car sounds completely healthy or not.
That is a nice way to say you don't think it is sounding healthy, right, Austin?
It might be okay. It might just be that the driver isn't pressing the throttle pedal down far enough to make it sound good. Yeah, I think it's all right. I think it was just a bit tentative on the throttle.
They did add a very nice line through the final chicane here, completing their run. And not opting for their last run of the day immediately. Leibniz Hannover, meanwhile, car number 20 has a decidedly more brisk pace.
Taking some cones out along the way through the wings section.
Another combustion car on track right now is Weingarten. I don't think we've seen them today so far.
No, we haven't. Otherwise, we would have heard Austin's joke about Biergarten with wine. So I'm quite sure we haven't seen them yet.
Ah, Steph, you've preempted my joke about it's like a beer garden but with wine. What a shame.
Since their car number is 360, let's hope they don't repeat the defeat from the driver from Stralsund.
Driver names for the 360 car from Weingarten are Marcel with the red helmet, nicknamed Booby, and Simon, nicknamed Dishy,
let
with
me
the white
stop
helmet.
you there, Steph. The car is just pulled over at the end of the slingshot corner. It's come to a stop. The engine has turned off. Not sure if the driver has done that or the car did that on its own.
And the marshals are responsible for pushing the car off, showing quite the pace across the racetrack here. Maybe we should time them on a lap too.
Although they are now standing still, they do want to give a shout out to High Speed Karlsruhe for the low voltage battery and Elephant Racing Bayreuth for the steel tube. So that serves some of the sportsmanship at this competition. Unfortunately for them, Austin, I think they are being pushed away now.
Yeah, definitely being pushed away. Once again, the marshals earning their dinner later on.
Unfortunately, I can't give you any updates on other cars approaching. The only car I can see very much in the distance is the Pisa car. But so far, no one else has shown up here to complete any more runs.
And when reading up the commentary for, I'm not so surprised actually about the Weingarten car breaking down on track. They indicate that their first full kilometer of testing was the Autocross at FS Austria. So they have had some lack of testing in their season so far.
Yeah, I mean, aside from this car and then the car from Lisbon, we've had pretty good reliability today in the Autocross. Those are the only two retirements that I can think of.
Yeah, you are right, Austin.
We have seen quite some spins and slides off courses. The 360 from Stralsund definitely being the most energetic maneuver here on track so far. Although the Lisbon pulling to the side was also quite an oh shit moment. Now being pushed to the front of the not first run queue is car number 53.
And yeah, with that, hopefully I haven't put the curse of the commentator on the reliability of the cars that are coming up. It wouldn't be the first time this week.
Next car now in front of the queue for the second driver is the car from Kiel, car number 53. I have to say this is quite a nice looking livery on this car, so it's quite distinct as well, so that helps us. One of the few teams that run a black and orange livery. Maybe Austin, you can look up whether car 53 has filled in their commentary form, so we can talk a little bit more about the specifics of their car and their team and this year.
Yes, bear with me a second. I'm just trying to find the mouse.
Maybe you can ask the team from Pisa. They have 4 cats to help you look for that. Or cat racing. Or the cat at the side of the Karlsruhe car. That can help as well. Entering the second driver queue now is also Hawk Hamburg. Hawks Racing.
So yeah, car 53, as remember from earlier, is named E-Rex. The drivers for Autocross are Julia Zindel and Moritz Abitz. Remember his name because it sounds pretty cool and it rhymes. Their goal is to finish all dynamic events.
So we were earlier talking about the jet car from Esslingen. I just found another jet here in the paddock. A jet you know from scrutineering, some of you. And actually, Jet, I think it is your birthday today, isn't it? And Jet really didn't want to be interviewed. I think it's your birthday, right?
Yes, it is.
Maybe we can ask our live stream viewers to wish you a happy birthday. Never ask a lady their age, so I won't. But how do you like the event so far, Jet?
It's nice and cozy, but I do miss the support on the tribunes, to be fair. A little bit more cheering. But otherwise, everything goes smoothly.
So a happy scrutineer.
A happy scrutineer.
So far. And
Myself a better...
and for tomorrow, Jet, you will be also doing some post-scrutineering, right?
As usual.
As usual. So there are no specific things that you will pay special attention to, or is that still top secret?
As usual.
So it is top secret. So unfortunately to all the teams, I couldn't get anything out of Jet today. So you just have to be fully rule compliant tomorrow.
Well, fortunately we have an update on some action on track. Car number 53 already hitting a cone out of the first chicane.
And I think someone in the live stream has confirmed that it's currently Moritz in the cockpit driving the car. It's the 3rd generation of this style of monocoque. It's the 15th car that the team has produced, and they've been electric since 2011. Also on the stream, quite a few people wishing Yet a happy birthday.
Car number 269 now joining car number 53 for the 3rd or 4th run from Hawks. Relatively safe pace here as the car from Kiel is finishing the 3rd run, or the 1st run of the 2nd driver, immediately opting for the rerun.
That's time of 56.22, that's their quickest time.
Now with a much more ferocious start, let's hope that the driver can still improve for them.
Well, Hamburg now coming around, finishing their lap. Time of 63.12, that's their final run, not an improvement.
Kiel, meanwhile, coming through the horseshoe here, right in front of the commentating stand. No cones that I could see flying. Very nice navigation through the final chicane, completing their runs for today, I believe. With a personal best as well, 54.57. For the 2nd time today, the electric car from DHBW Mannheim joining us here in the horseshoe. Relatively tidy driving style, but hitting the ground a few times for sure. Slowing down for the final chicane. And with a 56.4, that's their best time of the day so far. Also in the queue, currently waiting to be let on track, is car number 127. Lausanne joining us again. But first, Mannheim will complete third run of the day. The Mannheim car makes a very distinct noise when it's slowing down. I'm not sure whether that's down to the regenning capabilities of their motors or if it's the brakes grinding in a strange way. I'll try and capture that for you once it slows down before the chicane.
Meanwhile, the car from Mannheim completes the lap. 55.01, that's the quickest time of the day for that team. Still one more chance to improve on that.
Meanwhile, for the live stream viewers in the same time zone, it is now weekend. It's 5:15, so congratulations, you made it through the week. And we can say, hoog die hende Wochenende.
Lausanne also making it through the horseshoe successfully here, onto the last straight.
I'm just assuming that means it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Something like that. Well, it's actually quite a nice song with an even better video clip and an even better artist making that. But we shall show you tonight with the enjoyment of one beer.
I look further to my cultural enhancement program.
While Lausanne is making their way past a completely empty autocross queue for their last run of the day. The driver giving it some more spice than in the previous one, I think.
And on the live stream we are getting a post, so well, we're not doing that yet because we're still in a motorsport terrain where we have to do serious stuff. But be assured tonight when we close up here, we might take one. But people from home, you can start now, I guess.
That's the advantage of being at home watching a live stream, isn't it?
Yes, every time we mention a cone, you drink, those of you at home. Not on site, of course.
It's Friday then.
And that's the fastest time of the day from Lausanne, 56.93, their final run. I think they should be very pleased with that.
I think they should also be very pleased with the last pass through the chicane here. That looked very dynamic.
Dynamic is a good way to describe the dynamic events. I'd take that as a compliment if that was my car.
Arguably the most dynamic event of them all.
So actually we are having for the first time in the afternoon a little bit of a quiet moment now, where we wait for car 161 and car 218 to approach the green flag position. We can now hear car 218 firing up. And they are in the first driver queue, so this is their first run of the day.
That is the Uni Sevilla joining us now. I believe they've already been in the queue a few times, but have had to push back a few times. So it might not be entirely self-chosen to do their first run this late in the day.
So the team from Sevilla, they have been here 5 times before in FSG. The last time was in 2019, the previous event. Last season they won the business event in Formula Student Netherlands. They were 3rd in the Autocross event in Formula Student Netherlands, and actually finished the endurance there as well. On the other 2 events in Germany and Spain, they had some reliability issues, it seemed, not completing the endurance. And in fact, last year in Germany they weren't able to drive at all. So it is good to see them on track this year here in Hockenheim.
Also on track is a car that we've seen very early in the day today. Göttingen is back with their second driver.
Oh, we are getting a good question here, Austin. What we think are to be the top liveries.
Oh, I'll have to think about that one. Give me a few minutes to have a think, and I will provide a response as soon as I've decided.
I haven't decided either. I mean, we don't have the golden car, we don't have the German flag car, so it's quite difficult now. But Austin, I fully trust your judgment in this one. Jonas, you? Any liveries that stand out this year?
I have trouble deciding. It's very hard to remember all of them, of course, but I'll also move this question around in my mind. Göttingen, meanwhile, completing their 3rd run, immediately lining up for the 4th. The entry is still being blocked by Sevilla, who is also trying to re-enter the track at the green flag position.
How Göttingen, the Blue Flash team, completing their run in a 61.571, which is only 13 milliseconds away, a little bit faster than the first run of first driver. So very comparable drivers there.
So I think if I have to narrow down my favorite liveries, I say the car from Pisa, the car from Hamburg, and the car from St. Augustine.
Oh yeah, St. Augustine is definitely in the shortlist. That livery is great. Now you're saying it, I'm thinking, oh yeah, what?
And yeah, Hamburg's got the nice sort of greeny blue with some lime green accents, and Pisa's got the orange rectangles, which are quite cool in my opinion.
They used to have a style award here in Germany, but I think they quit that one a couple of years back.
Yeah, I think the year after Mickey retired because he kept winning it.
Well, Mickey, I don't think you ever won, or we ever won the style award, right, here in Germany?
No, we didn't. I don't even think we entered, so then it's impossible to win.
Yeah, so we were just discussing a bit on the best looking liveries on cars. We narrowed it down now to the orange triangles of Pisa, car from St. Augustine, and the 3rd one, Austin, what was it?
The car from Hamburg.
Oh yeah, the car from TU Hamburg. Any cars you want to add to that list?
Personally, I like the Aachen car very much. Very nice styling, very compact design, very nice looking shapes from the side, so definitely.
Okay, so those 4, and if we can think of any extra, we will add them to the list, or you have one right now, Jonas?
Well, I would throw in the kit livery as well, especially with this year's car looking also quite compact and sleek, so the black and yellow is definitely enticing too.
All Göttingen now improving their best lap time with a 58.77.
Maybe it's also worthwhile updating on the last Sevilla lap of the day.
The last Sevilla lap of the day. It's not the last lap of the day, the 2nd lap of the first driver, and it was a 57.29 for them.
Currently hitting the ground a lot is the only car on track that I can't see the number of. Car number 35. From US Australia, we've seen them on track.
And they are very happy there in the pits area, the team members. Look at that.
52.40, I would also be happy.
It's Actually, I think I know why they are very happy, because they improved their fastest time so far with 5 seconds. So their best lap of the first driver was a 57.1, and already the first lap of the second driver was a 52.4. So let's see what this driver can do on the last lap of the day.
Looking quite smooth so far, and quick as well, I might add.
Bottoming out quite severely there.
Oh, and takes the cone out going into the horseshoe.
That is unfortunate, because I think this is quite fast. Let me go to the timing screen. And actually it is an improvement again with a 51.95. And in terms of sheer speed, that is putting them in a top 10 position, I would say. So this is a great result. Top 10 overall, including the 3 fast combustion cars. So near the top 5 for the electric class. So that's very well done for them. Of course, unfortunately, they did clip at least one cone.
Now lining up in the not first run queue is car number 399, which I believe is US Karlsruhe coming back for another combustion run here. They were pretty fast the last time that we've seen them here on track, weren't they?
Yeah, that is right. Let me look up how fast that exactly was. In their first run they did a 50.4, so already below the 51s, and that currently puts them at a 4th place overall and a 3rd place in the combustion class. This is also quite interesting, Austin. Out of the top 5 fastest cars of the day, there are 3 combustion cars. So by a margin the fastest car of the day is electric, Stuttgart. Then 3 combustion cars, Esslingen, Valencia, Karlsruhe, and then TU Munich. Normally, the top fastest cars, the top 4 or 5, are all the 4-wheel drive electrics, aren't they?
Yeah, that's true. Normally it's 1 or 2 combustion cars may squeeze into the top 6, but I mean, to have such an equal divide is quite extraordinary. I think Esslingen has proved the worth of their jet engine-like fan sucking the car to the ground, and Valencia showing the importance of having a trained driver do the autocross for you. But yeah, I mean, all the teams with impressive runs that you just mentioned.
Mickey, and wait 1 second.
Whoa!
That's Karlsruhe.
Karlsruhe immediately going through cone chicane was pointed straight at the barriers, missed the turn into the bit of the straight, just managed to avoid hitting anything except for the cone. Now on their way again, about halfway through the track by the time I'm done explaining what had happened.
Mickey, I think the last time we saw 3 combustion cars in the final 5, it's quite a long time ago, I think.
Wow, I can't even remember that. I mean, ever since the electric class got mature and having all the wings, I can't even remember when we had that.
It usually was 4 electric cars, 4-wheel driven, and either GFR or Renteam, right? I mean, that's basically what we saw for the last couple of years. Esslingen was there as well. We should not forget them, but it was dominated, utterly dominated by the 4-wheel drive electric. So it's good that the combustions are back. Karlsruhe now, 53.87. Looking at the time, that is considerably slower than the first lap of the first driver by 2.5 seconds almost. So this driver really needs to pick up some pace in order to improve their fastest time of the day so far.
And they have taken out 1 cone. Lost chain section of the course.
Don't think the marshals have seen it yet.
I think they resolved it before you had to look up. Oh, it doesn't matter at the moment anyways. A spin out in the horseshoe. The driver stalled the engine. trying to restart. It looks like the car is in gear. The marshals are attending the scene. Car is refired. Driver will continue on, but really, based on their quick previous runs, it's now just a reconnaissance mission for endurance tomorrow.
There we go. Driver visibly not happy, shaking his head.
I wish I could update you guys on any more cars here in the queue for the Autocross event, but at the moment there is absolutely nothing happening here. So any teams that can hear us in the pits, if you haven't run yet, now is the time to do so. There is currently no waiting time involved.
Me and Mickey were just looking a bit at the time so far, but a considerable amount of teams have not put in all 4 runs. I think almost the whole top 20 only have had 2 runs in, except for Karlsruhe, who we just saw, Wolfenbüttel, they have 4 runs in, and the Combustion team from TU Berlin. Apart from that, most of the top teams that, well, the so far top teams, have still to put in their 3rd and 4th runs.
It's extremely risky business, of course. There's just over an hour left here on the autocross track, and especially with phases like this where cars are completely, where the track is completely devoid of cars, it's quite unlikely that there will be any leniency with teams arriving late, wishing to run as late as possible.
Yeah, and I'm counting at least 20 teams who still have 2 runs to put in. So let's say they all drive about a minute. So that's 20 times 2 is 40. 40 minutes of driving are still left if everybody would come. So it's, well, I would advise teams to start coming here in order not to miss your slot. Yes, there will be some rubber more deposited. The track will improve marginally. The weather is good. But I don't think that matters too much. Especially if we look at the current gaps that there are. We have bundles of teams close to each other, but not in the margin that track conditions really have a huge effect over here. So I don't think it is wise to wait too long.
Do you hear that, Steph?
Hear what?
The clock ticking for teams to get to Autocross.
Clock ticking it is. We should have Yoda and Mickey in here to do his Yoda imitation, but probably he's getting some coffee.
Can you hear a car? That's good news.
There is indeed 2 cars in the queue. First one is Weingarten showing up again.
Oh, that's great that they're back, because they had some issues in their first run. To remind everybody, this is the team that has had their first testing kilometers in FS Austria on the autocross track. Barely a kilometer, maybe by now 2 kilometers of testing. And there we go.
For the small amount of testing time that they've had, or going to have had, it's definitely a very aggressive drive. So the second driver is definitely going for it here.
I think he's in full send mode right now.
Maybe they have had a good testing period between Austria and Germany. Austria is, I think, 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, there were definitely a couple of weeks between the events here. It looks like that time definitely was well used by the team. something like this. Another car that is being pushed up to the front of the line here is car number 85 from TU Delft. So we'll hopefully also see a run from them soon. Weingarten in the meantime navigating the last straight and chicane very neatly, I might add. Did that also translate into a good time for them? Definitely their personal best, 56.26. They are not opting to go for their last run of the day immediately.
I think they've actually got 2 more runs. They only did 1 run and they had the issue, if you remember. They pulled over and stalled. So I think whether or not they need to switch drivers still, or if this was the second driver, they've still got 2 runs if they want.
I'm getting a picture now from Thijs, our 5th commentator from home, about the all-German livery car, which of course, Thijs, how could we forget, was UAS Rheinmain a couple of years ago. That is one of the top liveries, I think, of the past 10 years in Formula Student.
Yeah, I also see that the golden lines, red lines going up a black car. Absolutely beautiful.
You can see that Delft have just taken the green flag.
Definitely have an off course on the first run. They missed the chicane exit.
Well, at the track walk we did hear them discuss the strategies and whether or not it was a good idea to go in full send mode already in the first run. I think they elected to do so. So first give it all you have, find where the limits are, go a little bit over to correct it in the second run.
Definitely some tire squeal there in the corners. Coming into horseshoe now.
Whoa,
Again,
and then
off
off
course.
track, going through the horseshoe.
Well, it is full send mode, all right.
Coming now into the final straight.
Let's see if we can manage to brake on time here.
Cleanly through the chicane. What's the time?
It's a 56.89. To put that into perspective, that is 0.2 of a second faster than the first run of the first driver, so very comparable there.
Now going for the last run of the day for them. Definitely avoiding the first off track that they had in the previous run.
It seems to me that they do lack a little bit of their snappiness in acceleration, Jonas. But still a good run. It does look like it's on rails.
It does look very steady. The acceleration is definitely not what it could be if we hear correctly through the grapevines.
Nearly lost it there, but still within the lines. And now
Oh, no.
one cone. Oof, and 2 cones.
It's exactly where the driver went off course the first run as well. This time he managed to turn in just a little bit more and hit the cone instead of going around it.
Time for them is a 55.6. So about 3.4 seconds off their fastest time of the day, which was a 55.2.
Very ferocious start here from Prague.
Definitely one of the loudest electric cars here on track.
Nevertheless navigating cleanly so far. Also a car that looks very stubby. I'm not sure whether that's because the chassis is so high, but it does make it look very compact and tidy.
So car 167 from Prague. Both drivers nicknamed Cone Eater and Cone Hitter. So far, it's quite clean, isn't it, Austin?
Yeah, as far as I could tell, that was a clean run.
They want to
Maybe he
give-
wasn't hungry.
And they want to give a shout out to UAS Augsburg because they saved us with the BPR. And I don't know what a BPR is. Do you, Jonas?
I would attribute that to the business plan report, something along those lines.
Could be.
Anyways, that was their fastest time, actually quite quick, 52.74. Third run, they've got one more left, but they've opted not to take it right away.
Brake pressure.
Regulator?
Maybe. Maybe we have somebody smart in the live stream helping us out.
Meanwhile, a blindingly white car is being rolled to the front of the queue here, car number 97, I believe that's Schweinfurt.
I think it is. Car number 97. Well, if we're talking about nice liveries, maybe the Schweinfurt car could be up there as well. I mean, it's quite easy for us to see always white with green, and they always have a nice pattern on the car there. As they do now, it's like a sort of Finnish flag with various shades of green. It's a nice looking car. I think there might be a sponsor on the rear wing having something to do with that.
Somebody in the live stream has suggested BPR is beers per race.
Here we go, entering the track now, car number 97 from Schweinfurt. Unfortunately, the team from Schweinfurt has not yet filled in the commentary form, so we will now observe the car on track, Austin, as it approaches the 3 interlinked 180 turns where the wings really do their work.
Yeah, it's smooth so far.
There we go. And across the line now, quite conservative. And I think it is because it's no improvement for them yet. It's a 59.5, whereas their fastest time of the day so far was a 56.1, so they are about 3 seconds and a bit off. Need to get that somehow in order to improve their time of the day for their 4th and final lap.
Da wäre Schluss. Ansonsten kannst du entweder noch dahin oder...
Schweinfurt with another clean run as far as we can see from our position.
There is a shout out to a guy that you can hear laughing sometimes during the live stream. I don't know if that's one of our microphones and somebody up here, or that it's somebody close to one of the live stream cameras. We are up here in the tent near the finish and starting position with 3 commentators with a microphone and the 4th without. And also 3 to 5 people from race control, 2 or 3 fixed, and sometimes somebody comes up. So any of us can laugh, and sometimes that happens.
Yeah, that being said, I'm not sure I've heard an overabundance of laughing from our booth. We haven't been that funny this afternoon.
Not yet, but if we have these dry spells every once in a while, It can escalate quite quickly, like it was yesterday, I guess, at the Autocross for driverless. We had some long dry spells of no cars.
Yeah, and we just sort of had to threaten with a really boring topic, and then cars would arrive.
We put up some yodel music as well, and then suddenly the Swiss popped out of their hole and came to try the driverless Autocross.
Yeah, we began to speak about the what was it, the Asparagus Club or something like that.
I think it was the city of Heidelberg, no? Part of the Asparagus route, some city close by here. Maybe Mannheim or Heidelberg, or can't remember.
For all you asparagus enthusiasts out there, maybe worth booking a trip.
I can end your dry spell. It looks like
again.
Prague is being pushed up into the not first run queue here, so they will join us hopefully momentarily.
Asparagus works.
Eat your vegetables, kids.
The asparagus definitely works because there's Barcelona joining us in the queue as well. So we are getting 2 cars set up here to run very soon.
I heard that Lionel Messi was meant to be their second autocross driver, but unfortunately he was transferred a few weeks ago, so they've had to find a last-minute sub.
I think this might be quite painful for the people in Barcelona.
Too soon?
Might be. Well, about Barcelona, the Dutch national team now have Louis van Gaal back as a main coach.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't feel too bad making the comment about Messi because my football team has just lost their best player as well. So Jack Grealish sold to Man City. Disappointed with that, but at least we got £100 million.
And there was some European Cup going on as well, right? Which you did not win.
Yeah, that's old news.
Right, Prague on track. Fast. They are looking to beat a 52.7, which they did in their third run, so this is their last run of the day.
They look to slow down quite a bit.
Yeah, the car has lost all acceleration.
This is a limp mode, I think, just bring it home.
It's not necessarily any quieter than normal.
The asparagus route was Schwetzingen. Good. But they don't have a Formula Student car as far as I know.
No, but Heidelberg is a nice city to visit as well there, so even though it's not on the asparagus route, I'd recommend visiting.
It is really nice.
Yeah, something definitely not right with this car.
Well, unfortunately for them, no improvement on their fastest lap. And this was their last run of the day. I hope that they can fix whatever issue they have so that they are in full force, or in full E-force, as it says on the rear wing tomorrow at the endurance race. Still, they can be quite happy though with their time.
Yeah, and 52. I mean, to be honest, it's probably quite frustrating right now, but if you have a problem like this, you're going to want to find it out in the last lap of Autocross instead of the first lap of endurance.
Did you say probably? As in Prague bubbly? I thought you said that.
Yeah, I missed out on that one. You're ahead of me there.
Barcelona now receiving last instructions from the officials. Almost ready to be led onto track.
That's a nice looking car as well, Austin. It may be one for in the short list. Let's observe it a little bit more closely once it comes on track. It's quite nice as well.
Right behind them is car number 242 waiting in the queue, the UAS Darmstadt. And behind them, car number 21, Karlsruhe is back.
The last run, by the way.
Barcelona take the green flag.
Barcelona looking to improve their fastest lap time of a 54.56.
And it looks like the driver's taken out 2 or 3 cones going around the last change section of the track just in front of the Schaeffler tent. And a few more sort of approaching the wing section.
Still, I'm curious what the time is, because the first lap of the first driver, that was a 56 flat. And this is looking faster than that, so maybe they can improve their time on the second run. This is the loudest car again, right? Car 242?
Certainly sounds like it. So Barcelona is having a big moment entering the horseshoe. We've seen a lot of cars have issues there. There must be a sudden camber change or a bump or something that really unsettles the cars. There's quite a few drivers have had issues there.
They improved their time though, by quite a margin. So the first lap of the first driver was a 56. The second lap of the first driver was a 54.5. And already on the first lap of the second driver, they're making a 53.5, so a considerable improvement there. Okay, coming through now, car from Darmstadt, number 242 on their third run, with a 54.23. They are looking to beat their fastest time of the day so far with a 52.9. Still 1.5 seconds off. But it's not 1.5, it's 1.2, 1.3, so that is manageable between 2 runs. Austin, Barcelona, how are they doing?
From what I've seen, they're doing pretty well. I've only seen the second half of their run. I was looking at some of the other cars for the first half of the run, but I mean, the second half has looked pretty good to me.
It is a 51.8, so that is a great time from Barcelona. Well done.
We can hear some good cheering from their fans watching, their team members watching.
That will put them in the top 10 for the electrics for sure. Currently at a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th place. Just behind Prom Racing. We still have 2 runs left.
The US Darmstadt hitting a cone almost immediately when entering the track.
KIT with a 52.03 already on the first run of the second driver. Huge improvement there. With about 2 seconds faster, just under 2 seconds faster than the first driver. Last lap for Darmstadt. We're going into the 52s, 52.63 for car number 242 from UAS Darmstadt.
Yeah, as I mentioned, the driver hit one of the first few cones on the course, but was clean after that, I think, and obviously very quick.
And that is... Wait 1 second. No, I looked wrong. I thought it was super close with the Ren team, but the Ren team is still 0.2 of a second faster.
Carlos was looking very quick on this last run.
Crossing the line now, DHBW Mannheim with a 59.44. This was the last run of the day, so they can make it an early night and prepare for the endurance tomorrow. Austin, KIT, they do need some time.
And KIT with an off course, going around the slingshot. They went way wide and they're still coasting alongside the course. This run won't help their time at all. I think they're going to be a DNF on this run. Unless the driver can get the car moving again. But it's basically coasted all the way up the back straight. Marshall's now tending to the car. It did look very fast up until that point, though. Yeah, the car is being pushed off by the Marshall, so it'll be a DNF for Karlsruhe on this run.
So we have about 40 minutes left, just under 40 minutes. And almost the whole top 10 still has 2 runs left. And just outside the current top 10, we still expect Stuttgart, the Renn team, for their second race. Dresden for their second driver. DHBW Stuttgart Electric for their second driver. Wroclaw for their second driver. Padova for the second driver. Sevilla, Amberg Weiden. So a lot of good teams still to come. And yes, Austin, this unfortunately is a DNF for the Karlsruhe car. This was their last run of the day, so they have some time now to fix whatever issue they have and come back tomorrow for the endurance race.
Zoom.
About the German flag car, I don't know if it was 2017, 18 or 19, but it's a joint opportunity, right? A joint effort. So sorry about that, we have to keep that open, but to all the 3 teams, congratulations with that. I don't know if it all 3 years was the same or not, can't really recall that. But I can remember one particular year where it was really just the flag and that's it. Right, Mickey?
Yeah, definitely. I'm not sure which year it was actually, but we've seen a lot of good liveries in the previous years.
We are having a dry spell, so let me look that up for you. I will come back to that.
I want to hear about some more vegetables, Steph. Oh, he's on his investigation mission. He's not got his microphone with him at the second.
And I'm just looking at the queue here. We have a new car coming up, which is the TU Wien. And I'm not sure, we haven't seen them yet, so they're on the first driver queue as well. And the second driver queue is also being a little bit full now. So we have Trondheim in the queue, followed by TU Munich. We have TU Stuttgart, so that should be very, very interesting. And also we have car number E23. Amberg Weiden, and last but not least we have the car, let me see which number this is, car number 99, of course, obviously the Aachen car, so that should be very, very interesting in the coming half hour.
Car 63 on track from Trondheim, driver slightly moving one cone. I think it's just outside of the box it started off in originally, unfortunately for them. Oh, and it's the cars come to a stop going through the wing section of the track. Can't quite see what happened. It's really the only area of the track we can't see behind the scoring board from our vantage point. Doesn't seem anything physically wrong with the car. But the marshals look like they're pushing it away. Looks like the marshals are going to push the car all the way to the exit. They're going to switch halfway through, or they're going to go for the marathon here. It's quite the workout. Yeah, really earning their dinner tonight. Somebody get them a bottle of water. Can't have officials passing out on us. And almost to the finish line. Just about there. And they've made it. Well done, officials. Yeah, meanwhile, Team Munich is out on course. They snuck out as I was watching the marshals push the car from Norway back into the pits. And Rent Team Stuttgart is on track as well.
It's nice to see that these potential quick teams somehow always drive together on track. And that's actually a very nice view for us as well.
Yeah, it's also useful as to sort of gain a perspective of how each team is performing. You can compare them directly with one another. And what do the times look like, Mickey, for Team Munich?
Yeah, so Team Munich just did a 51.81, and let's see what Uni Stuttgart will be able to do. In less than 10 seconds, I would suppose.
That's a fast time from Stuttgart. Already in the first lap of the second driver, a big improvement there. With a 50.8.
So we've got a proper battle between Stuttgart and Munich out there. Although it's a combustion car against the electric car, but still, it's a battle of the Germans.
First run of this Stuttgart driver was more than 3 seconds faster than the first run of the first driver.
And how good does this Stuttgart car sound? I
Yeah,
really like the sound of it.
amazing, amazing. And let's not forget, we are a couple of hours later as well, so the track has evolved a little bit. I'm not sure whether it's 3 seconds, but definitely more than a second.
So Team Munich look like they're going very slowly through the horseshoe. They've really slowed down. Something's not right for sure. They're sort of hobbling along. I think they're far enough ahead and they're not going to cause any problems for Stuttgart.
Well,
See if they can make it to the end, or if the marshals pull them off to the side, or what's going to happen. But it's going to be real. Actually, I think Stuttgart might catch them at this rate. Munich has come to a stop right in the racing line.
whoa! There was a marshal running over track there. That was a bit of a scary moment, but luckily the yellow flags were waving. München stopped on track. Stuttgart now will get a rerun. Was that person running also with a pallet car or not, Mickey? So I think the suspension
Yeah,
might be
definitely.
broken.
That was running on track, not looking at all.
But it was with a pallet car, right?
car as
Yeah.
well, but still not looking at all whether other cars are coming. This was dangerous. This was very dangerous. Should not happen at all.
I wonder if they've had a reoccurrence of their delamination issue that we saw earlier in the week. Driver looking at the other side, I'm not sure that they actually did any repairs to that other side.
The right rear suspension was broken, as people in the chat are indicating.
Yeah, that will be the same corner that failed earlier in the week that they tried to repair.
Yeah, to be honest, we were paying attention more to the people on track than the Munich car itself, so that's why we didn't spot that yet. But Jonas is now taking out his binoculars in order to take a closer look. It's definitely the rear right. That was the corner, as Austin or Mickey said before, that they had issues on before. The car this year is super lightweight, we can say that for sure, for a four-wheel driven electric car with a full aero package. I think, Mickey, that they might have overdone it with the lightweight this year a little bit.
Yeah, we always have to be careful jumping to conclusions and making those kind of assumptions, because we've had that in the past as well, as you can remember. We had a lightweight car, and whenever something failed, the judges would say, "Oh, you overdone it with the lightness." So we have to be a little bit careful. But anyway, it's a shame that they have so much problems with the car, because it's a very, very fast car, and we would like to see them finish endurance tomorrow. So let's hope that they can fix it properly this time.
It's definitely one of the, if not the coolest car out here, so for sure we want to see them running. It's such a radical concept.
Meanwhile, Tia Vienna out on track ahead of Ren Team Stuttgart, who get a rerun. I guess in some aspects this might be quite good for the driver, Mickey. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. You don't get any practice time on track. You get a course walk, obviously, about half an hour. But any practice you can get on this track is a gift. So this driver is well, good luck combined with the bad luck. But just coming back to the incident which you saw, what I'm wondering about why marshals are running anyway. I mean, along the track, not looking. It's so for me it's quite I can't understand it why that happened, because you should never run, and you should always look around you on any track, right?
Yeah, of course, and there wasn't like any obvious immediate danger like fire or anything like that either.
Yeah, definitely there were marshals close by, so this was definitely the rescue team. So why it should run like that on track is beyond me. I just don't understand. So probably this will be evaluated later on, and let's make sure it doesn't happen again tomorrow.
I'm currently at the Munich car. A lot of marshals around the car inspecting it.
Yeah, driver was from Stuttgart with a time of 51.81, so unfortunately not able to capitalize on that. Obviously lost some heat in the tires while waiting. He was a little bit distracted potentially. We've got the car from Emberg-Weiden on track now, car 23. Very distinctive flax fiber rear wing. And their fastest time of 55.04. Tia Vienna rounding the last few corners of the course.
I'm standing now in between Jet and the Jet car, looking to the Munich car. It doesn't seem to be the piece that they have fixed before. It seems to be the rear brackets that are still on the monocoque, what they are looking at.
Sorry, Steph, did you say the monocoque is looking okay and it's the brackets this time as opposed to the monocoque itself?
Yeah, so it is not the piece that they fixed. They had a similar incident with the front brackets where they more or less bolted a thick plate on the monocoque. That is okay. It's now the rear side towards the rear bulkhead where it seems like the bracket just came out of the chassis. Some delamination with that, I guess, as well. I'm not coming too close because there are a lot of marshals and team members themselves with the car. Pictures being taken. Let me check.
3, 2, 1, los geht's.
And the car from Emberg-Weiden takes the green flag again.
Yeah, you can definitely see a piece of delamination with the lower rear bracket on the right rear suspension. Fully came out of the chassis. So, yeah, I guess 100% similar to the incident we saw with the front brackets of the right rear suspension.
Thank you for clarifying that, Steph. Meanwhile, the Jet car from Esslingen comes out and immediately takes out a cone. So no matter how fast this run is, I can't see this driver improving the time with that cone that they've hit.
Take a close look to Emberg-Weiden as well. They are flying, Austin.
Yeah, across the finish line.
Yeah, that was a 54.49. I think it looked faster than it actually was because the rear was
Also ich habe genau
almost every corner.
zwei.
So it looked fast, it looked aggressive, but unfortunately it wasn't as fast as probably the team would hope. In the meantime, Esslingen with another quick time of a 49.98. That is already impressive. I think this is the third run of this team.
Yeah, it was very quick. Like I said, they took out a cone right at the beginning of that run. So if they can replicate that without any cones, I think this would be a very quick time. Hear the suction fence from the Esslingen car all the way on the other side of the course. We'll once again hold the microphone open as it finishes its lap.
And it looks like the quicker teams of the day picked this time slot to go out and enforce and show what they can do, Austin. With only, well, still we have some time left. Oh wow, that Esslingen car is so loud. It's unbelievable. We can't even talk when they're in the neighborhood.
It's crazy. I mean, like all the way over the other side of the course, and you can hear it.
Steht Audio-Level dran.
How was the last time for Esslingen?
No improvement, unfortunately, for them, but still a 49.99, so super fast.
And to be fair, I think that probably is their best lap time because the previous one had a cone.
I think next year we can expect the Esslingen rule for maximum volume of an electric car. It's sort of like the...
We've got Combustion on course as well. It's later on fire.
So war's. Da habt ihr gesagt, ihr müsst leiser.
Sorry to interrupt, but
Da
there's
bleibt was
something
liegen.
not right with car 842. You could hear it sort of bouncing violently and coming to a stop just at the entrance to the horseshoe. Hearing from the marshals, it's suspension related potentially. Yeah, something's definitely not right with that car.
People are taking out binoculars again.
And the car's now come to a stop.
There should be a yellow flag, or the driver is slowing down already, crossing the car in front. Is it suspension though, Austin? I'm not quite sure. I don't think so.
That's what Kevin had mentioned up to us, but possibly not. I don't know what it is, but clearly something isn't right. And TU Vienna will get a rerun because of the yellow flags they encountered.
TU Vienna, there is apparently a loudest car competition going on. I am going back to Mickey, help me out here, 2007 or 2008. That Vienna single-cylinder car was a single-cylinder, was it 600 was a big volume single-cylinder. That was the loudest car I've ever heard, for sure. The one that actually drove without pedaling. So, actually eligible for competition, apparently, loudest car ever.
Yeah, because the sound measurement was done without any load on the car, and under load that car was so loud, it was incredible.
The driver from TU Vienna just nicking the cone, the very apex of the first corner. I don't think it moved out the box, but it doesn't matter a whole lot at this point based on some of the other cones the drivers hit.
And he also nearly was full sideways there. So. This is
sorry, that's not Vienna. That's another car that's on track.
That was DHBW Stuttgart then, probably or not. 63, Trondheim. Okay, to all teams listening, black cars with very minimal color on there are not so distinctive.
In Steph's defense this time as well, we're sort of like looking directly into the sun, and all we can really see is the silhouette of the cars.
Now I see a car with a wing Cats Can't Count. I think that's RWTH Aachen.
The car is slowed down though substantially. It's just rolling. It's coasting. It's in lost chain. It's come to a stop behind, well, just in front of the Schaeffler tent.
There's still somebody awake at the live stream who said, yeah, but carbon only is lighter than sorts of liveries. I don't think that 500 grams of extra stickers will cost you the overall victory, guys. And we have had a long and hard struggle with the Delft team in the past because we used to have very beautiful painted Delft blue tiles on there, and at a certain point we didn't anymore. Talking about nice liveries, Austin, I still like that. It has nothing to do with the race car. Frank Rusker once said it looks like my grandmother's bathroom, but okay. I still like it.
His grandmother's bathroom?
Probably his grandma's bathroom.
Actually, I think it was grandma's bathroom.
So if you're listening to the live stream, sorry about that.
Yeah, that one was for you, Frank Rusker. We miss you.
It's only because you're not up here with us this year to stop us.
Or throw us off the balcony.
Which I think you could actually do.
Oh, we could throw all four of us at the same time without a hassle. TU Vienna. 53.46 on their 5th run of the day, because of course they got a rerun.
So it looks like there's just over 6 minutes left in the event. The queues have died down a little bit now. Just got one car, number 43. Waiting the queue to join the track.
Wie bitte? Achso, nee, also ja. Ja, nein, ich meinte, weil das ist noch stand, als ob die kann. Achso, nee, ich bin bei einigen Kunden eingeladen. Aber es steht kein Auto mehr irgendwo also an, es ist kein in Sicht, das war's. I have some protecting on my desk, but I don't use it. That's one thing I never learned in 3 years. Yeah.
Now just 5 minutes left in the event.
Oh wow, the cats don't count livery on the Haken car actually is a, well, it's a bit cringy. They have the livery because in Formula Student Austria, the organizers miscalculated their points according to their reading probably. And they officially won the overall first after not even being on the podium in the award ceremony. I think I followed that. I heard that somewhere in one of the WhatsApp groups. That's right. It's a bit like, who was the end in Formula 1? Was it Sainz? Who has a couple of podiums now without actually being on the podium?
Yeah, I know, especially his first one, he didn't get to stand on the podium, and that was a bit unfortunate.
Looks like we only have one car left, which is car number 43 in the queue. And looking at the queue, it's completely empty behind them. Looking also at the time, we have 3 minutes left in this autocross. So looks like every team that is able to run did do so. So we might see a sort of a very slow end of this autocross.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that with one car, it's not even really a queue. It's just a car.
There are 2 teams that have only put in 2 runs. That is Athens Prom Racing. They have put in a very fast run. And maybe they have just said, okay, this is it, this was the perfect lap, we call it a day. But they still officially have 2 runs to go. And the same goes for Weingarten, who have put in 1 run. Also, since they have limited testing time, I think they might have elected to stay in and prepare for the endurance race. Same goes for Sevilla, they only have had 2 runs. And further down the line also goes for Constance and Darmstadt.
Yeah, and the Constance team members are intently looking at the car. Not sure whether they have an issue or something with the car. Also, the scrutineers are taking a look at it, feeling the lower front wing just in front of the nose, whether there is something on it or not. Not sure whether that's just a routine check or something else going on. That's probably nothing, so they're shrugging it off, as far as I can see. And now the team members are trying to get the car going.
I can see that one was resolved with the classic smell test. The official just sort of rubbing the bottom of the front wing and sniffing his fingers.
Which is the official smelling test, isn't it? Just rubbing the bottom and smelling them with your nose. That's probably the way to do it. But as we speak, we have another car approaching, which is car number 842.
That is Darmstadt.
That is Darmstadt, which is one of the combi cars, if I'm not mistaken.
It certainly is. And there's actually one good question on the live stream. The DHBW Stuttgart time of a 49.5. It's not on the big board apparently, on the big screen. but I do see it here in our commentary view. So, but I also can see the live stream where indeed we cannot see it on the big screen, but here in our secret commentary dashboard we can. So time is not, the keepers of time have kept the time, but the board is not displaying it for some reason. All the time is kept safe, I guess, right, Mickey?
Definitely. We know that you work with secure servers and also backups of all the data that they have collected as well. So we shouldn't worry. Somewhere that time has been kept. And there we have it. We have car 842 to your Darmstadt out on the track. And this is interesting because this is one of the cars that also performs in the driverless class, which they did this morning, or at least they tried to do it yesterday and today. And now they have their, I think they were their first run in the Autocross.
Can you hear like a flapping noise coming from the car?
Yes, I do. In certain turns, whether it's the tire just slightly touching part of the bodywork or something else in the drivetrain, I don't know. But I heard exactly the same noise as you are referring to, Austin. And as far as I can tell, the queue has been closed by Stig, the head of Autocross Dynamics here. I think he waved to the marshals that the queue is closed. So actually, the TU Darmstadt car out on track is the last car to perform today on the Autocross.
Whoa, big lockup
is
in the back straight, sort of
exactly
ending the day the exact same way we started the day.
But it's an ironic. I'm not sure whether they get allowed to do immediately a second run, which I would prefer to do as a driver, but let's see.
To be fair, the flappy sound that we heard in the beginning was gone after halfway or so.
Yeah, so there we have it. They do get the second run of the first driver, so good for them. Let's see whether they can keep it clean this time and not have any occurrence or off courses. Driver is taking a bit more risk.
I mean, that was
understandable.
That was their fastest time of the day, 60.44 seconds.
So even with the big lockup, they managed to improve their overall best time so far. Let's follow them a bit more closely. They have a sort of a parade lap now, the only car on track. And Mickey, as you commented on, probably the last car on track as well.
Yeah, definitely, because the queue has been emptied. There were two cars, but they have been sent away by the officials. So the Autocross is officially closed. We're just waiting for the Darmstadt car to finish the Autocross lap.
And then, while Darmstadt is bottoming quite heavily and now going into the slingshot and to the last straight, through the chicane and over the line in a 62.07. I think it's good to wrap up the day. Fastest of the day by a huge margin, we must say, of over a second. The green team, Uni Stuttgart. I'm going to do it separately by class. So second in the electric class is the other Stuttgart DHBW Engineering with a 49.5. So that's a margin of 1.5 seconds. Then we have Valencia, FSUPV. No, sorry, that's Combustion. Then the third one was Zurich. For the electrics, the AMZ Racing team with a 50.1, although they did have a DNF. Top three for the Combustions in terms of time is first off Esslingen with a 49.0. Then we have Valencia with a 50.1, so that's also over a second margin. And third is Julius Karlsruhe with a 50.4. I think, Austin, what we have seen today is an interesting autocross, albeit a bit strange at the end when Zurich, Munich, Aachen and Karlsruhe KIT dropped out all of a sudden. So that was a bit of an anticlimactic. But what do you think about today?
Yeah, it was very eventful. We had some quick times early, some even quicker times later. But yeah, like you said, there were some Spanish thrown into the works with some failures we weren't expecting. And just a reminder for everybody, those are provisional times, unofficial. All the official results will be compiled and published as soon as possible on the Formula Student website. But thank you for joining us today on the live stream and in person, and we look forward to speaking to you all tomorrow. Enjoy your evening.
Wie bitte was?